Okay, good evening, everyone. It's 11 p.m. here, Sunday evening, March 23rd, 2025. I said this afternoon that we were going to decide what to play. Now, I can see from the confusion in the chat that it seems like everyone was expecting to do our normal audience choice where we sort of vote on what to play. But I did my update this afternoon on New York Noir, and I talked about the use of allies and informants in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and how it was something that we need to figure out how to best incorporate into New York Noir. So I got to thinking, maybe it's time for us to play another classic Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective case from the 80s. We're working our way through the West End Adventures. I think we have one or two more cases in this original box, not the remake from Space Cowboys. We found the original box to be slightly better. And I thought, yeah, let's play another case in this box. Normally, when I don't give any notice to the channel, I try not to play games that I know people would like some heads up to schedule. And unfortunately, this might be one of the games that people wish they had gotten enough notice, but there are enough games in this series and in this box that I think it's okay. So let's check in with the chat. Corsican says, always down for some Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. So when we play this, I want us to pay particular attention to the use of the informant set here. Now, let me remind you, you can watch our playthroughs of the first 4 cases in this set. This is not quite the original box, but it's part of the original set of releases by Sleuth Publications. This is Chessex was distributing at this point. But the main differentiation with West End Adventures is between the original and the Space Cowboys reprint. Now, something weird happened with the Space Cowboys reprint. They added some original, newly written cases. 3 or 4 Jack the Ripper cases came with the Space Cowboys box. And I've played those. I'm not a huge fan. Many people have complained about them. They're sort of an art experiment. And Space Cowboys did something else weird. They renumbered the cases and reordered them. And in some cases, they changed the endings and the clues. So it's a little weird. But we're going to be going through the original set. Only 6 cases in the original set. We have played 1, 2, 3, 4. We've played cases 1 through 4, not exactly in that order because they're in a slightly different order. And we've played them all from the original set, occasionally comparing them against the new set. Not huge changes, but some. So today we're playing the Royal Hugger Mugger at the Savage Club, which in the new Space Cowboys box just got simplified to be called the Savage Club. The Space Cowboys releases also have nicer art. But we're going to, and the newspapers have changed, but we're going to play the original, and maybe when we finish, if we're curious, we may take a look at the reprint and see what's changed. If someone is joining us and has the reprint and wants to take note of any entries that are different, in general, it seems like they've translated all these cases to French and back, so some of the translations in the new cases are a little off. But we are going to use the new map from the Space Cowboy sets because it's much more pleasant to use and to look at, and nothing important has changed. And we'll probably use the directories from the new set. Same thing there. Interesting, speaking of allies, the ally set has changed. So here's the directory from the original second edition directory. Now, interestingly, the Allies have changed, and they've basically just gotten rid of a whole bunch in the new Space Cowboys version. I believe the original had a couple extra lawyers' offices and stuff, but most of the ones they added aren't used. We'll check this if we get into trouble. And if you're curious, here's the advertisement, what would come on the back of the box for the original. What's happening? Why is this camera not showing? I mean, we need this camera to show. Let me see if I zoom in, if it's going to switch to black or to the new camera. Oh, I see. Well, I'm going to need to fix that because that's how I read. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's the first time that's happened. Not even sure what to do here about this. Okay, let's try the old turning it off and back on again trick. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, so here was the original ad for the West End Adventures. I say ad because they use this as the ad, but this is what would also be on the back of the box here. Just make sure it's in focus if we zoom in. Okay, good enough. And it's shaking a little bit. That'll go away in a second. All right, so let's remind ourselves how to go through this original version, which is slightly different. So we've got our introductions and solutions would be in this book. And then the clues for all the cases are combined in this book, although split up. So we'll start by reading the introduction here, and then we've got the newspaper archive all in one. Newspapers for the original cases were bigger. One of the things Space Cowboys did was they seem to have shortened some of the newspapers. All right, let me just check in with the chat one last time before we get started. A hugger-mugger is an adjective secret of a confused or disorderly nature, jumbled. Well, that's appreciated because I didn't, yeah, I've not heard that term before. A hugger-mugger. Secret, confused, disorderly nature, jumbled. Okay. All right, let us read. Copyright 1990, 1995. Why do I keep saying 86? 1995. So West End Adventures was the last thing they put out, I guess, for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Plans for an East End Adventures, but never happened. I should say, it's okay if you haven't seen the other cases of this. They don't continue. They're not continuing storylines. They're not connected. They have no reliance on each other. They're all independent cases. All right, here we go. A royal hugger-mugger at the Savage Club. September 30, 1898. Over the long career of Sherlock Holmes, he performed many services for the crowned heads of Europe and service to his own sovereign and her family was not unknown to him. In the autumn of '98, Holmes was called to the Savage Club for a case that was to place the fate of the Hanoverians and the future of the empire into his hands. It's one of those beautiful fall days that the gods give us to strengthen us for the coming cold, gloomy days of winter. There's just enough nip in the air to emphasize its freshness and enough clouds in the sky to soften the bright noonday sun. We are in an open four-wheeler sitting across from Holmes and Watson on our way to the Savage Club. Holmes has been silent since he has entered the cab, his attention directed at the bustling crowds along Regent Street and not towards us. "What do you know of the Savage Club, Dr. Watson?" asks Wiggins. "Is it some type of club devoted to the study of aborigines?" "Oh, no, Wiggins. It's named after Richard Savage, an actor and playwright of the last century." "Yes, a murderer and con man is more like it," Holmes laughs as he turns his attention to us for the first time. "We mustn't miss the humor in the choice of this reprobate actor as the club's namesake. The club's founder, Augustus Sala, did not want a pretentious West End club. He was more interested in creativity and good fellowship than social class." "It's open to anyone who has made his mark upon the arts," agrees Watson. "I would have thought you would be a member by now, Watson, with your stories in the Strand becoming so famous and popular." "Oh, really, Holmes," says Watson with some embarrassment. "My stories are written to teach the public your methods, nothing more." "Come, Watson, you are too modest. Your stories rise to the highest level of art." "Oh, really, Holmes." A smile comes to Watson's face, but is soon taken away. Of course, Watson, if melodrama is art, you have carried it to its highest form." Holmes laughs as he slaps his old friend on the back. "Oh, Holmes, really." Watson shows little appreciation for his friend's joke. Here we've arrived at the Savage. The carriage pulls to a stop on the embankment in front of Adelphi Terrace, 92 Robert Street, West Central. Holmes leads us into the Romanesque building and speaks to the doorman, showing him the telegram that has brought us to his door. He leads us up a staircase and to the office of Augustus Sala, founder and head of the Savage Club. "Ah, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad that you could come at such short notice." Sala is a small man in his mid-70s, but with the bright, alert eyes of a man half his age. He has long, flowing white hair and heavy black eyebrows. He shakes hands with the rest of us as he continues talking to Holmes. "Believe me, we are in need of your skills. This affair is no small matter." Sala shakes his head as he leads us out of his office. "One of our most illustrious members is in need of your help. He awaits us in the library." We are led up another flight of marble stairs to a wooden door with a brass plate that is labeled library. Augustus Sala shows us into the oak-paneled room. All of the overstuffed leather furniture is unoccupied except one chair at the far end, and its occupant rises as we enter. The man's stout figure and neatly trimmed graying beard are familiar to every Englishman. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. This realization causes all of us to stop and assume a position of deference. All of us, that is, with the exception of Holmes, who walks up to the prince and with a slight nod of the head offers his hand and says, "I assume I can be of some assistance to your Royal Highness." "I hope so, Mr. Holmes. I do hope so." There is the sound of exhaustion in the future king's voice. "Well, if you will tell me about it, then we can see what I can do. These are my associates." Holmes introduces us to the prince, who acknowledges us with a slight nod of the head. Unlike Holmes, we make deep, deferential bows as our names are mentioned. "My associates are indispensable to my investigations, and their discretion is without question." Please be seated," says the prince, as he himself settles back into his chair. He removes a cigar from a leather case and offers one to Holmes, who accepts it. Each man lights his own cigar, enjoying the first rush of pleasure that tobacco brings. Please begin, Your Highness. As you most likely know, in my youth I had the reputation of being a ladies' man. Fortunately or unfortunately, most of those stories were not true. Prince gives a self-conscious chuckle. We do as well. My mother never saw any humor in those stories, and I must say, as I have aged, I have come to her view. It is a fact that soon I will be king. What little freedom I now possess will vanish, and all my actions will be performed under the microscope of public scrutiny. Unfortunately, I may have committed a faux pas that could cost me the crown. The prince diverts his eyes from Holmes to watch the smoke from his cigar mix with that of the detectives. Recently, I purchased at Christie's the Akbar Shah diamond. Yes, I know, acknowledges Holmes. It was in the Times. Well, it has been stolen, states the prince. And you want me to find it? Asks Holmes. No, I know who has the diamond. Lily Longtree, the American actress. She has the necklace along with some letters written by me, letters that, well, could prove quite embarrassing if they were to become public. Holmes lets out a great cloud of smoke and shakes his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but there are other men more suited to handle this type of problem. I do not get involved with domestic indiscretions. This is something a solicitor can handle. Holmes is about to rise from his chair when Sala interjects. Please, Mr. Holmes, you don't understand. The diamond was stolen while it was in the club's safe. His Royal Highness has only met Lily Longtree in public settings. There's nothing personal in their relationship. And the letters? Asks Holmes. To another woman years ago. A slight blush comes over his face. After the Mordaunt affair, when I had occasion to write to women, I did not use their names or date them, thinking this would be a protection for me and the lady. That their very ambiguity would be a threat against me never crossed my mind. And how did she get the letters? Asks Holmes as he settles back into his chair. Stolen. From who? I cannot say. And here's a little footnote. Sir Charles Mordaunt filed a petition for divorce from his wife Harriet. The Prince of Wales was named as one of her lovers, a charge he denied in the witness box. Is Lily Longtree blackmailing you? She has made no attempt so far. When I heard she had the diamond... And from who did you hear this? Lord Cantlemere. He saw Miss Longtree at a party wearing the necklace. When he asked her where she got it, she told him from me. Of all the cheek. I never gave her any jewelry, never really met the woman. Lord Cantlemere was aghast. I don't know what to do. Didn't know what to do, and neither do I. What have you done? Well, Augustus has been good enough to approach Miss Longtree about the matter. Augustus, tell what happened. I went to Miss Longtree and demanded to know how she came to possess the Akbar Shah. She laughed. Don't you read the papers? She asked. I got it from the Prince of Wales. She referred to His Royal Highness as my little tum-tum. I'm sorry, Of all the cheek, shouts the prince. He jumps from his chair and walks a few feet from us, then stops. He taps the toe of his right foot rapidly as he puffs on his cigar. He then turns to Holmes. You must help me, Holmes. I don't know what to do. I look the fool no matter how I respond. If I accuse her of stealing the diamond, I'll be laughed out of London, if not the crown. If I do nothing, the people will think I am an adulterer and wastrel not fit to be king. The prince sighs deeply, turns his back to us as he walks over to the large window that looks out over the Thames, his feeling of helplessness visible in the way his shoulders slump and his chin rests on his chest. What is it the prince wants done? Holmes asked Sawa. Well, find out who stole the Akbar Shah diamond, why it has been given to Lily Longtree. This must be done without exposing the prince to public ridicule or negative publicity. If you need any information from me, I'll be here at the club and at your service. We follow Holmes from the club, leaving the prince to himself and his thoughts. All right, there's our intro, a very peculiar case. We've met the Prince of Wales, who was to become king. And he bought a diamond. We can read about it in the Times. So Holmes says, I read about it in the Times, I know. So we're going to want to check out that newspaper for this day and learn about this. Kept in the club safe, someone has stolen the necklace along with letters that the prince has written to another woman he was having an affair with previously, where the names of the woman are not mentioned. And now they're afraid that this woman who has the necklace surely also has the letters. Is she blackmailing you? No attempt so far. But he says, I never gave her any jewelry. And when she's seen warning the jewelry, she tells the person who's having the party that she got them from the Prince of Wales, who she refers to as Tum Tum. And he says, I don't know what to do. If I accuse her of stealing the diamond, they'll laugh me out. If I do nothing, they'll think that I've been having an affair with her. He's obviously married, the Prince of Wales. So he's got to do something. They're concerned about the letters, but no mention of the letters being used against him. So someone has stolen them from the club. Obviously, this woman isn't going to be stealing them from the club. He says he's never even really met her. Where does he say he's never even really met her? I never gave her any jewelry, never really met the woman. Kind of sounds like maybe someone else stole the diamonds and pretended to be the Prince of Wales, but everyone recognized him. He's a public figure, so how could you pretend to be him? All right, September 30, 1898. So let's go look at what the newspaper, maybe we can learn a little bit about what someone else would have had public knowledge about. September 30, 1898. So there's a whole story here in the Pall Mall, in the police news about child stolen by a monkey. A separate story about some fatal episode at a gaming table. And then miscellaneous stories. Boy mistaken for crow, an accident, fatal encounter. These are all September 30th. Okay. I don't see any article about the Prince of Wales on the September 30 paper. Might he have heard about it before that? September 30, 1898. What's this paper? Okay. So normally previous days newspapers are not that important, but occasionally they can come up. Let's see if we can see anything, a little short entry here. It's possible that it's not actually mentioned in any of our papers, but Holmes saw it. But that seems like a pretty big nudge that it should be in the paper for us. And it might, oh, there's Lily Longtree. Okay, so this is a paper 10 days before. Lily Longtree, Miss Lily Longtree, in a grand evening of theatrical entertainment every night at 8 in the Covent Garden Theater. Okay, let's start taking our notes here. Okay, Lily Longtree in the September 19th Times. Every night, autumn season, Covent Garden Theater. Covent Garden Theater. Lily Longtree continues her London engagement tonight. Lily Longtree. What does this blank entry mean? Grand evening theatrical entertainment every night at the Covent Garden. Maybe this is just how they buy multiple slots. Okay. No article anywhere here about the prince buying some Shah diamond. Lots of international articles. Christie's auction, here it is right here. Saturday's auction at Christie and Manson's auction rooms was highlighted by the purchase of the famed Akbar Shah diamond by H.R.H., the Prince of Wales. What's his full name? Harry something, the Prince of Wales. The illustrious diamond dates to the mid-17th century, although its whereabouts were unknown between 1700 and 1866. At that time, it was brought to London, where it was recut and sold to the Gakwar of Baroda. HRH is His Royal Highness. Thank you. So it was recut. The exquisite diamond, which was being offered for sale by Prince Sayaji Rao III, was knocked down at a price of £30,000 in the late 1800s. The prince was acting through an agent, but the purchaser's identity was acknowledged. Several other gems were auctioned as well, but the more notable items sold consisted of the collection of ancient and modern pictures, watercolor drawings, and engravings of the estate of Charles Augustus Howell, Esquire. The collection comprised Italian, Spanish, early English portraits, as well as works of Flemish, Dutch, Italian, Spanish schools. Several of the modern works aroused great interest. Okay, so this is, again, September 19th Times. We'll call this the third page, second column at Christie's. So we may want to visit Christie's auction to hear about the auction of the diamonds, if anyone heard about it. We are told who sold it. Several other gems. All right. Nothing really jumps out here except that the public would have known who bought it, but not where he keeps it, not where you would find it if you wanted to steal it. All right. Nothing else jumps out. We might want to study the paper more carefully later if we get stuck. Let's just look. Well, then we have September 24th, lots of international articles. I guess if we saw anything jumping out about the Prince of Wales or Willie, we might want to read it. Nothing is jumping out at me though. International. Then we've got some weird stories here that I wonder if we're going to run into in our cases. Child stolen by a monkey. All right, so if we run into anyone talking about that, we can check it out in the paper. Now, what's this? Gaming table. Let's make sure this didn't happen at the Savage Club. Could be a side story we want to investigate. He's been captured. The guy gave himself up. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that important to us. Dispute between two people. They had been betting at the game. One insulted the other and got stabbed. Looks like he got stabbed in the neck or something. Okay. And again, this is from this morning. Jaguarina Athletic Tournament. Star feature will be the famous Spanish swordsman, Jaguarina. Ready and willing to meet any swordsman in the world, mounted or afoot. Fatal quarrel. Lots of people fighting. Husband set to strike his wife twice. Body disappears in Hampstead. Mr. Wilson Cunningham, well known, was heard to cry out for help. Valet went to the dining room. His employer gasping at his throat. He had been poisoned. Second such report, which has occurred in London. Malcolm Baxter disappeared. Cure for syphilis. Boy mistaken. A woman residing in Hill Street pitched a mattress out of an upper story window. It alighted on a little boy who was passing, knocked him down, and broke one of his thighs. Okay. Fatal encounter with a shark. Look at that drawing. Doesn't look like it's going to be relevant for our case, though. Someone selling trunks. Okay, and then we've got future days. All right, we'll come back to the paper if we don't, if we need it. Let's figure out where the club was before we continue to visiting clues. We're told it was in West Central, right? The Savage Club is at 92 Robert Street, West Central. So let's go and put a little marker here. 92 West Central is right there. Makes sense that we might go there early on, get a look at the club with our own eyes. Maybe we can check out the safe, see who could have broken in there. I think that's where I'd like to go first. Other leads would be to go talk to that woman, hear from herself. And before we move along, so open leads would be the Savage Club, the woman whose name is Willie Longtree. But there's also the person who's having this party that she's talked to. He's the one who asked her where she got the diamond from, Lord Cantlemere. So it might be nice to talk to him. And then, of course, we've got all of our allies, which we are going to use these cards that were very generously made by Eric, Board Game Geek person. He's posted these cards, but he was so nice to send me a set of them. They are beautiful quality, nice plastic cards. So people we might talk to. In this case, it seems like talking to the high society columnist might get us some information. Don't really have need to go to a medical examiner in this case. We could go talk to the Times reporter that, and Christie's, I guess Christie's auction, maybe. Lily Longtree, we know where she's performing. Might be able to find her at home too. All right, why don't we take our first break early here? For those of you who think you might want to play this on your own and not along with me, this is your off-ramp. For the rest of you, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. Marty Moose is here. What is everyone drinking tonight? I've got my Mexican Chiapas coffee. Corsicant says, the other thing we could do is we could go to Buckingham Palace. Well, it's not a crazy idea to go to the royals' house and maybe visit the Prince of Wales. But let's start by going to the scene of the robbery, the Savage Club itself, 92 West Central. All right, maybe we can bookmark our case. All right, it's hard to avoid seeing things, but let's see. Okay, 92 WC. Mr. Sala has shown us into the office that holds the safe from which the diamond was removed a week ago. Okay, removed a week ago. Who besides yourself knows the combination to this safe? Asked Wiggins. Only Lord Cantlemere, the treasurer of the club, a man of irreproachable honesty. Do you have any theories concerning the burglary? Asked Wiggins. I understand the jewel was stolen while a dinner party was taking place downstairs. That's true, and Lord Cantlemere was present the entire time. The police seemed to think it was a professional job. The office door is always locked, yet it did not appear to have been forced open. We are a considerable distance above ground, and the window was locked as well. The only opening is that small slanted window above the door. But I can't believe a man could fit through there. It would be difficult even for a small boy, and the safe itself is of the best quality. It's truly a puzzle, and a most disturbing one. All right, well, here comes again Lord Cantlemere being referenced. So Lord Cantlemere, who's hosting a party where Lily Longtree shows up wearing the necklace, now turns out to be a treasurer of the club with access to the safe. And he knows the combination. Now, I want to read this part particularly carefully. They think it was stolen a week ago, and they think in particular they can pinpoint when it was stolen, while there was a dinner party. Now, help me understand this part. Okay, the office door is locked, but it wasn't forced open. We don't know who has the key to the office door. And then it says there's a small opening in the door, in the window. Too small for a small boy, but maybe big enough for a monkey. Might want to read that monkey article again. But considerable distance above ground. Now here's the part I want help understanding. The window was locked. He says the outside window is locked, but there is an opening above the door. I see. So not facing the outside, above the door. Now, and even if you could get in, you'd have to get into the safe. Now, here's the part I want to make sure I understand. When they say about where Lord Cantlemere was, they say, I understand it was stolen during a dinner party. And this guy, Sala, says, Lord Cantlemere was present the entire time. Is he saying that Lord Cantlemere has an alibi because he was present in public at the dinner the whole time? I think that's what he's trying to suggest. Or is he saying that, well, what a coincidence, Lord Cantlemere was in and about the party area? I think he's trying to say that Cantlemere has an alibi. A transom window, yes. So you would have had to be inside the building, inside the club still to get up through that window. But presumably if you can open a safe, you can open a door. So I'm not sure we should be too concerned about that window. Like if the monkey can get through the window, the monkey's got to know how to open the safe. That's a well-trained monkey. But I do want to remind you that we do have this article about the monkey. Child stolen by monkey. Let's just read this. Somewhat remarkable case of purloining a child which occurred in the small village of Maxbridge in Somersetshire, so far away. Large monkey who's got free reign over the place. Look at the little, looks like even a transom window here. And his monkey snatched the baby from her arms and took it off. Then he gives it back. All right. I think that's just trying to lure us away. Well, Lord Cantlemere is our chief suspect, although Lord Cantlemere is the one who recognized that this woman is wearing the diamonds and is shocked that she is. So he doesn't seem like should be a good suspect from us. All right. Well, I think maybe we should go visit Lord Cantlemere next. Let's see if we can find Lord Cantlemere. Talk to him what he saw. Where are we going to find Lord Cantlemere? Under Lord? Did I get his name right? Lord Cantlemere. Oh, there he is. Lord Cantlemere, 55 Southwest. Okay, let's go pay a visit to Lord Cantlemere. Down here. Okay, here he is on Chester Street. Lord Cantlemere has agreed to see us in the drawing room of his London home. He's a tall man in his late 30s and has the reserved manner of a high-ranking military man. The P of W informed me you might drop by. How might I be of service? We understand you've seen Lily Longtree wearing the Akbar Shah diamond. That is true. Could you tell us the details? Of course, that is the prince's wish. It was at a dinner at Sir Everard Hancock's house. Lily Longtree was one of the guests, and there she was wearing the prince's jewels. She made no attempt to deny it, but insisted they were given to her by His Royal Highness. I was present at the Savage the evening the prince discovered the diamond missing, so I was quite shocked. We understood that the matter was hushed up at the club. That's true. But as I happen to be treasurer, and as such possess the combination to the safe, I immediately became involved in the investigation. Nasty business, that. Okay, so he gives us the name of the person who had the party, and he said Sir Everard Hancock. I mean, on paper, this guy, Cantlemere, seems like a suspect, but in reality, he's a lord. Here he is. Everyone refers to the Prince of Wales with abbreviations. His Royal Highness, P of W. The P of W informed me you might drop by. Okay, so he says Sir Everard Hancock's house was the party. And again, we're told that Lily claims His Royal Highness gave it to her. So it sounds like someone's impersonating the Royal Highness to me. Or she's trying to get his attention. I happen to be treasurer and has the combination he's in. Okay, so Everard Hancock. Let's see if we can find him. Let's find out more about what really happened at this party. We have Everard Hancock, 74 Southwest. I mean, I guess Lily Longtree is the one we really want to talk to. Maybe we are wasting time talking to other people. We should go right to the source. But we're trying to find out a little bit around her before we confront her so we could catch her in a lie. All right, 74 Southwest. Let's see what she has to say. What the guy running the party has to say. Yes, Lily Longtree was a guest at my dinner. Sir Everard responds to our first question. Well, why was she invited? She wasn't. She came as a guest of Hale Broham, whom I did invite. Okay. Hale Broham, huh? We're tracking Lily down piece by piece. Hale Broham, okay. Now, if someone's impersonating the prince, could it be this guy? There he is, Hale Broham, 69 Southwest. Everyone here in the Southwest neighborhood. Okay. Hale Broham is well known to most people who read the London papers. He's a wealthy Manchester industrial magnate who devotes his time to social causes. We are shown the lavish suite of rooms that serves as his residence while he's in London. May I help you, gentlemen? I am Hale Broham. We've been hired by Mr. Sala to investigate the theft of the Akbar Shah diamond from the Savage Club. I understand you were present the night it were stolen. Oh, yes, along with a dozen other members, replies Broham, but surely Sala can't suspect any of the members. The diamond may be of historical interest, but many of those in attendance that evening would have little trouble coming up with the £30,000 needed to purchase it. And it is of little value as stolen property. Certainly, none of the men you are considering could acknowledge ownership publicly in this situation. No, if you are looking for the thief, you are wasting your time looking at the club members. They're all gentlemen. That's what Sala says, states Wiggins. Well, then, how can I help you? Do you like the Prince of Wales? Considering his upbringing, he's good enough. He's a good enough fellow, chuckles Broham. I've never hidden the fact that I am anti-monarchist, a Republican. And that ends our conversation with him. Okay, but he makes a good point. I guess these are all very rich lords. And what point is it stealing this? Like a professional robber would steal this if they were going to try to fence it and recut it. But you're not going to have a high socialite steal it. What would be the point? And you would immediately come under suspicion if you were a member of the club. Seems more likely that a professional thief would steal it while they know everyone's busy. But how does Lily get it? Well, it's time to go talk to Lily. Let's find her. So we don't think she's going to be in the paper. He doesn't mention her. He doesn't want to talk about her for some reason. Maybe he had a bad date with her. But we know what club she's at. So if we don't think she's at home, let me just remind myself. Lily Longtree continues her London engagement, autumn season at Theatre Prices. Lily Longtree, grand evening of theatrical entertainment at the Covent Garden Theatre. Okay, let's find the Covent Garden Theatre. We could look it up in the white pages, but just for fun, let's refamiliarize ourselves with the commercial listings. Here's the theater. The Covent Garden Theater is 90 WC. Oops. Surely we don't need to be this zoomed in here. Okay, Covent Garden 30 WC. This is a mysterious little case. How is it someone's walking around with jewels so nonchalantly? All right, let's see if we can find Lily. Wiggins leads us around to the stage door of the Covent Garden Theater. I played here last season and got to know the doorman. Let's try him first. Wiggins, an actor, you know. Sydney remembers Wiggins and invites us all into his small office next to the stage door for tea. And after he and Wiggins catch up on old times and mutual friends, Wiggins asks about Lily Longtree. Bloody American. Archie, get me this. Archie, do that. Everybody's her damn bloody slave. She's not half the talent of Camille Clifford, but no self-respecting Englishwoman would play such a role. It's not her acting talent that brings in the crowds, but the physical talents that God gave her, if you know what I mean. I get the idea. I've heard rumors she's been seeing the Prince of Wales himself. Any truth to that? The old Sawney, he should know better. Then you've seen him. Well, I've seen his carriage. A handsome single brougham it was, and her nibs makes no secret of their late night supper. The old fool. Is Miss Longtree here? Nope. Shows up half an hour before she's to go on stage. She's staying over at the Grand Hotel. You might find her there. Okay. Now we have more suggestions of our theory that someone is pretending to be the Prince of Wales to her. She's claiming to more people that she's dating him, but people have only seen his carriage. A handsome single brougham. Carriage that they think is His Royal Highness. And then Lily stays at the Grand Hotel. All right, let's try to find her. And he doesn't like her. She's ordering everyone around. So let me put that 30WC on the map where we just were at the Covent Garden Theater. And she's staying at the Grand Hotel. Okay. The Grand Hotel is 22WC. And we should keep our eye out for this carriage. Is there any reason someone would steal it? And that makes more sense. This makes more sense now, doesn't it? Okay, now we have a working theory now. It just occurred to me. It just occurred to me we do have a working theory now. So we're trying to make sense of why a thief, professional thief, would rob the diamond and be so stupid to give it to someone to wear in public. But we're looking at this the wrong way, aren't we? There is a very clean explanation, isn't there? We're just looking at it backwards. Right? Do you see where I'm going? We're just looking at the problem backwards. The point is not to rob the diamond. The point is to ruin the reputation of the prince so that he can't ascend to power. That's the whole point. So the whole point is to steal the diamond, which is worth 30,000 pounds, a meager sum in the course of your grand political plans. And someone has figured out that they can ruin the prince's reputation by tricking this woman into thinking she's having an affair with the prince and then giving her this diamond. And now she's wearing it all about town. She's a crass American. And now the rumors are going to fly that the prince is having an affair with her. And that's the point. So we should be looking for someone with political motives. And as Korzakant explains, Broham is a Republican, anti-monarchist, and with plenty of money. We should be looking for a rich person who's got motive to ruin the prince's reputation and chances to ascend the throne. So Broham is back in our motives. Let's look for someone who could be faking the prince's identity and is a Republican. So Broham is back to our motives. And let's make a note for him that he is, that he's Republican, which doesn't really mean anything to me, but anti-monarchist. And remember, he says, like, he doesn't mind the prince. So if it comes up later that he really hates the prince, then he will have lied to us. Okay, I think this makes sense much more than a robbery. Professional robbery in order to set up the prince. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's head over to the Grand Hotel and try to find Lily. And it's gonna turn out that she thinks she's dating the Prince of Wales. We're gonna be looking for who could be successfully tricking her, because I don't think she knows. It's possible she's never even seen him, that he's just sort of giving her gifts from afar. But we'll find out. Or she's engaged in the plan and is being paid to pretend that she's dating him. That's possible too. Wiggins knocks on the door that the bellboy had pointed out as that of Lily Longtree. Within seconds, the door is flung open. But it is not the beautiful American actress that stands before us, but the rat-faced Inspector Lestrade. "Wiggins, what the bloody hell are you doing here?" shouts Lestrade. "We're working on a case with Holmes. Can we come see Miss Longtree?" Come in, snaps Lestrade. After we enter, Lestrade slams the door and leads us into the main room of Miss Longtree's suite. "Now, what do you want to see Miss Longtree about?" We just had some questions about a diamond that has come into her possession." "Diamond, Lestrade scratches his chin as he looks thoughtfully at the floor. Can we see her?" Wiggins asks. "If you want to see her, Wiggins, you're going to have to go to Bart's. Miss Longtree has been taken to the morgue. She's found dead a few hours ago." "Dead? Murdered? Do you have reason to believe she'd be murdered, Wiggins?" asks Lestrade, looking at him with his small black eyes. "No, of course not. I just want to talk to her." "About a diamond?" "Yes." "Well, we haven't found any diamonds." "Tell me what this is all about, Wiggins," demands Lestrade. Wiggins takes Lestrade by the elbow, guides him into a quiet corner of the room away from the other police, who are busy with all the details that death dictates. Whatever Wiggins whispers into his ear, Lestrade's demeanor changes abruptly. Come this way." Lestrade leads us into the bedroom. "Miss Longtree was found dead in her bath a few hours ago. She was found in her tub with her wrists cut." We look into the bathroom that Lestrade indicates and see the grisly sight of the pink-tinted bath water, as well as the scarlet droplets on the bright white tile around the tub. "Suicide?" asks Wiggins. "Yeah, so it seems." Lestrade stands and lights a cigarette as he stares at the bathtub. "But it doesn't feel right." "How do you mean?" asks Wiggins. Nothing I can put a finger on. We found a straight razor in the tub at the victim's feet, folded. It might be that she took the time after cutting her wrist to fold the razor and toss it by her feet, but it's just this sense I have. Maybe Spilsbury can tell us for sure. We followed Lestrade back into the bedroom. Here's her jewelry box. No diamond, states Lestrade. I've checked with the desk. She has no valuables in the hotel safe. Inspector, I found something. One of the constables who's been searching Miss Longtree's room is holding something in his right hand. Lestrade takes it from him. It appears to be a letter. I found it under her mattress. Lestrade opens the letter. I guess you weren't lying, Wiggins. Tell His Royal Highness that it would be more discreet not to write incriminating letters on his personal stationery. Could I see the letter? Asks Wiggins. Lestrade hands it to him. Dearest one, this is just from His Royal Highness. This is just a note to let you know how enjoyable our last meeting was. To answer your question, no. As you know, my life at this time is under constant scrutiny. Our friendship will always be something you will be able to count on, but I have other duties that control my life. I hope you will understand. F. F, that must be his first name or something. Have any idea what it means? Lestrade asks Wiggins. No. But the prince told us some of his letters to a woman he would not name were also missing, responds Wiggins. Can I return this to the prince? Of course not, Wiggins. It's evidence. Lestrade carefully places the letter in his notebook. I think you should leave now. After a few more questions that go unanswered, it's clear Lestrade is going to be of little additional help. As we're making our way down the hall, a maid comes from another suite. Excuse me, miss, says Wiggins. Yes, sir? Did you service Miss Longtree's room? Oh, yes, I did, sir. Isn't it a horrible shame what happened? But, of course, I could have told you something of the sort would happen. Oh, yeah, why's that? Well, it's the way she lived. Always fighting and carrying on, men coming and going at all hours. And that nice Mr. Laws, she treated him so bad he moved out. Oh, what? Wiggins is taken aback by the unending response he's getting from such a casual question. But that's what makes detecting such an interesting profession. Mr. Laws, he lived in the room next to Miss Longtree until a couple weeks ago, called himself her manager, but it was clear what kind of service he was giving her. And when was the last time you saw Mr. Laws? Oh, last night. They had a knockdown argument. It wasn't the first time, but looks like it might have been their last. She goes over to her cart and removes some clean towels. What were they fighting about? Sir, I don't listen to private conversations, she says indignantly. I must get on with my work. Just a few more questions, begs Wiggins. I'm sorry, sir. Wiggins, why are you still here? Lestrade is standing in the open door of Lily Longtree's room. Just get out of here. I'm just leaving, Inspector. All right, so we learned a lot of stuff here. And she's dead. That's pretty serious. So we got a murder on our hands now. Clearly a murder, according to our theory, of the woman who is setting him up is now found dead, so she can't reveal that she was setting him up, or she's figured out that she's not really dating the Prince of Wales. And so they had to kill her off. But it's part of the setup against the prince. And clearly this letter is consistent with our theory that they're setting up the prince, and now they're going to double down on their plan to ruin his reputation by having him blamed for the death of this woman, that she would commit suicide after confirming that he's having an affair with her. So maybe she wasn't knowingly involved in this setup, or maybe she was and threatened to back out of it. So we're looking for a Mr. Laws, her manager. They had a fight, so we want to know what their fight was about. Is Mr. Laws the guy who's arranging all this? And then we got another couple other pieces of information here, right? First, we're told that the body is at Bart's for its autopsy. So we'll want to visit that. What does he say about talking to Spilsbury? Spilsbury, is he in the West End Adventures? Is he the guy who does the autopsy? Yes. Bernard Spilsbury, Chief Medical Examiner. This is not who's in the new Space Cowboys version at Bart's. So in the new Space Cowboy, it's Jasper Meeks that you talk to doing autopsies. For some reason, in the original West End Adventures, it was Bernard Spilsbury. Same location, though, at Bart's. So she could have been in on it and just got cold feet. Would he have really used his stationery? That's a good question. We don't know if someone is using his letters or his stationery, but I don't know. That's a good question. Another informant that doesn't tend to get used in Space Cowboys, but does get used in this original, are Barry and Thomas O'Neills, who are jewelry thieves, among other things. So we may want to visit them in this case. But let's go to Bart's first. 38 EC. Not Jasper Meeks, but Bart's. And see what they can tell us about the autopsy. And Lestrade himself is a little curious because it says the straight razor has been folded up, which doesn't seem right to him. Okay, here we go. Here's Bernard Spilsbury talking to us about the autopsy. I can tell you one thing, Wiggins. Miss Longtree was dead before her wrists were cut. That's why there was so little blood. See those two small bruise marks on the back of her neck? They were made by someone's thumbs as he came up from behind and strangled her. Okay, so someone strong strangled her from behind. That was the end of that entry. Consistent with our theory that she's got a partner. What about Mr. Waz? Is he her manager, but does he live in London? Let's see if we can find a Mr. Waz. No. He used to live in the hotel. Then he moved out. Okay, so that's a little bit of a dead end. So they've cleaned up their loose ends pretty well. Anna has stopped by to say hello. So we have our basic motive and theory. The question now is, who would have been in a good position to steal the jewels and give them to this woman? How are we going to find the accomplices here if we can't find Mr. Laws, our manager? So there are a couple angles we could try to pursue. We could try to pursue the political angle. Maybe we go to Parliament, try to talk to the high society columnists, political reporters, to see if someone can tell us what the political faction that would be against His Royal Highness. Maybe that would give us a lead in. Or we could try to go through the papers and try to find another connection to this Mr. Laws. This is the person we'd really like to talk to. Did we miss something in that communication from the maid that would help us find Mr. Laws? Do we need to read that again? Like, she says he left suddenly. When was the last time he lived in the room next to Miss Longtree until a couple of weeks ago? So here might be a clever way to trace down that lead. What if in the paper we could find someone advertising a room to let a couple of weeks ago? That would be an interesting way. So if it's September 30th, then you'd have to go back maybe to September 16th, possibly the 19th. And we'd be looking for a mention of Willie Longtree and who her management company would be, or someone letting a room. Let's just look through this paper from September 19th. Here's Lily Longtree still performing. I guess that's the article we saw originally with her performing. Nothing before that, huh? No time for monarchs. Let's just take a look at this. If this is someone railing against Prince of Wales. Look at that. Here's an article going against the Prince of Wales. Martin Pemberton. Recent assassination, Empress of Austria is to be deported for its violence. Sentiments of the oppressed. In the conditions in which men and women find themselves, sentiments are born. Recalcitrance of the royal family, British ruling class. It's time for England to enter the modern age as regards her government, as she has already done in the realms of science and arts. It's time to do away with the anachronistic traditions of the monarchy. While Queen Victoria has shown herself to be worthy, her offspring have shown no affinity or desert. Prince of Wales has at the very least exhibited a shocking lack of discretion and what his subjects would consider more common sense. Even more frightening is the dissipation exhibited by other members. We reiterate our demands for the end of the British monarchy. The people shall rule. That seems like, based on our theory, that Marvin Pemberton might be someone we want to talk to and see what context he has. He's an MP, so he's a member of parliament. And this is in the Pall Mall Gazette of September 16th. So if we want to track him down, we might go to the Pall Mall Gazette. Find out if anyone has anything to say there, or to Parliament. Mycroft also follows politics pretty closely. He might know something. I think that's a good lead for us. I was hoping that, though, that we would be able to find where this guy might have gone to. How about situations? Do we have a house available here? Housekeeper. I suppose we shouldn't be looking at newspaper articles after our case. So Marvin Pemberton, MP, or the Pall Mall would both be reasonable places to go. Let's look up Marvin Pemberton in the directory. What would be nice is if we can track him to a member of the club. Harry says, remember it was the prince's carriage that showed up at the theater. Someone must have access to the carriage. Well, it's an interesting point. I mean, it is an important clue. That guy assumed it was the prince's carriage. So either it really was the prince's carriage and no one would make a mistake, or it's someone borrowing his carriage or making it look like his carriage. So yes, let's not forget about that clue, but I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that it's definitely his carriage. All right, so sure enough, there is Marvin Pemberton, 73 EC. All right, let's look him up and see if he's suspicious and if he's a member of this club by any chance, or knows our other guy, that is. All right, well, there is an entry for him. Let's see. The walkway to Marvin Pemberton's front door is crowded with people, all followers of the Socialist MP from Manchester. Their class of origin on the whole is the working class, dock workers, shipbuilders, and brewery workers, backbone of the Socialist Party. They're here to gain support for their strikes, ask for changes in law, and just looking to Pemberton, the man of the people, for help. It takes 20 minutes for us to work our way to Pemberton's secretary. What can I do for you? Snaps the harried secretary as Wiggins approaches his desk. We'd like to see Mr. Pemberton. What for? We'd like to speak with him. Could he possibly make time for us? Well, perhaps I could squeeze you in early next week. Would you like to make an appointment? Nothing sooner. I'm sorry, no. Thank you, then. No appointment will be necessary. All right, well, that was that. I guess while we're following up this lead, why don't we go to the Pall Mall Gazette and see if there's an entry there. Maybe they follow politics enough to give us something. 90 Southwest. Okay. A little unclear if we were supposed to be going here yet, but I think from looking into it, it looks okay for us. I'm sorry, Gilbert Noonan isn't in at the present. This is our contact here, I guess, at Pall Mall Gazette. Is it our contact explicitly? Pall Mall Gazette. W.T. Stead. I'm not sure why it's assuming we know this is, but if you see as I read it, it seems like we were following a reasonable lead. He can come in this morning. He sent no word. That's most unlike him. Is Mr. Stead in? This is the guy who's our contact, asks Wiggins as he hands the young man his card. If you care to wait here a moment, sir, I will see if he's available. In a very short time, the dynamic Stead bounds out of his office and greets us. Mr. Wiggins, friends, what brings you here this fine autumn day? The editor of the Pall Mall Gazette is somewhat under the average height. His reddish beard and his light blue eyes give a singularly frank and youthful appearance to a face which would otherwise have an old and careworn look. His manner corresponds with his expression. It's frank and simple, almost to childlikeness. We were actually hoping to speak with Gilbert Noonan, but we understand he's not been in today. I don't recall him mentioning that he would not be in. Is there anything I can help you with? His name has come up in our investigation. Apparently he's been spending time with Hale Broham and Marvin Pemberton. Pretty rich company. But with such egalitarian ambitions, surely you've been reading the Gazette. These men are very much involved in the current movement to rid this country of the monarchy. An oppressive, expensive, and anachronistic institution. Noonan has been following the story. So you expect him in tomorrow? As far as I know, you might want to check his home. So, yeah, it sounds like it expected us to be searching for someone, Gilbert Noonan. But it does definitely track with our lead about Marvin Pemberton at the Pall Mall Gazette, the MP, but it's reconnected with Hale Broham, our other suspect. All right, so we're not going to follow him to his home until he comes up. But it does feel like our intuitions about what's going on in this case are correct. But we're going to have to find a different angle. A different angle here. What about if we actually go to Parliament and try to track down a little bit more about this political angle? 16 Southwest. Let's see if there's an entry for that. Okay, there's no 16 Southwest. Well, we could talk to Mycroft. He knows a lot about politics. We could talk to High Society. I wonder if we should consider, this is a bit of a long shot, but this is the kind of thing that actually I'm most interested in. So think about this. Laws and Lily were staying at the Grand Hotel until they got into a big fight. So is it possible our guy just goes across the street to the Charing Cross Hotel? Like if we're looking for this guy, if he's our best lead, I wonder if we might not consider heading to the Charing Cross Hotel, Metropole Station, and Metropole Hotel and see if our guy, manager of Lily Longtree, didn't just go across the street and move. I think that might be worth a look. So I'm going to go check out 90WC and maybe the Metropole Hotel 27WC and see if we don't stumble on our guy. Okay, so no 90WC. That's unfortunate. That was a fun idea that he would be across the street from the Grand Hotel. What if he just went one block over to the Metropole Hotel 27WC? Yes, there is an entry, but it's clear we shouldn't be stumbling onto it. Okay. Well, let's take a look at our allies. The whole starting point for today was to think about the use of allies. So we went to Bart's and looked at the autopsy guy. I wonder if we might. I think the coroner's office in this one isn't always used. But where's our crime scene person? The central carriage stables would also be a reasonable place to go. Let me see if 91 EC has an entry. Oh, H.R. Murray, that's the criminologist. Let's just see if anything was found at these two places, 22 Southwest or 91 EC. Okay, no 91 EC, and our criminologist at 22 Southwest. Okay, there is an entry for it. It just says Murray's lab is locked up. So there's that. All right, let me check with the chat. Yeah, they didn't use checking off markers and letters in the original cases. It was just something that occasionally happened. Occasionally you stumble onto something you're not supposed to read and you just make the best. Normally you turn away. That one was a little trickier. Well, our theory of political intrigue seems right. And given that, we could ask, where should we be going for that? And I think we've got the social columnist would know, the central cabs might be able to pinpoint the prince's cab. Not Somerset House. Public records, National Archives, probably not. But Mycroft, who knows about government. And then entries that aren't in this set because they were unique to West End Adventures. I think we might go visit the jewelry thieves people, Barry and Thomas O'Neill. They might have some insight into who could rob the place. But I still think we should pursue our angle of political connections. The Republican Party, there's no entry for the political, but maybe Mycroft will have some information about that. Well, why don't we take a break? I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we will try to unravel this political thread. Who would be behind it? I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. So we're going to pursue this political angle, but I did have a thought to go check the discussion at the hotel to see if we missed anything. And I don't think I found anything. I thought maybe we would catch the maid's name and be able to follow up with her at home or something. And that didn't turn out to be the case. She's murdered. She looks like she committed suicide, but we know she was strangled. They don't find the diamonds, so someone else has them. They do find the note under her mattress. Planted, no doubt. As we're making our way down the hall, a maid comes from another suite. She gives us a lot of information. And there is something here I want your opinion about. She says, I could have told you this would happen. The way she lives, she's fighting and carrying on, men coming and going at all hours. And the nice Mr. Laws, she treated him so bad he moved out. She says he lived in the room next to her until a couple of weeks ago. He called himself her manager, but it was clear what kind of service he was giving her. When did you see him? Last night. Okay, so two important pieces of information there, maybe three. She's carrying on all day and night with men. We don't know what that means. This interesting term where she says he called himself her manager, but it was clear what kind of service he was giving her. What does that mean? Does anyone know? The maid obviously thinks it's going to be clear to us what it means, but it's not clear to me. And then he moved out weeks ago, but she saw him last night for an argument. So is it possible that this guy is the setup, is the guy who's been setting it up and then has an argument with her and kills her? I'm just going to make a note. Mr. Laws, he moves out weeks ago, but by last night with her. Okay, and then the channel thinks it means that they might be having an affair. She's insinuating that they're having an affair. It's clear what kind of service he was giving her. Stayed in the room next to her a couple of weeks. Until a couple of weeks, then he moves out and then she has another fight with him? That's odd. They had a knockdown argument. Wasn't the first time. Boy, I'd like to talk to this guy. All right. Well, maybe the social columnist Langdale Pike will know who this person who was seen with her, right? We're looking for someone, high society gossip. Maybe someone knows who she was dating or having an affair with. All right, let's go to Langdale Pike. And we're trying to pay special attention today to these allies because we're thinking about how to best use them in New York Noir. So let's go talk to this guy, Langdale Pike. Oh, looks like there's a big, long entry for him. Looks like we did the right thing here to visit him. Langdale is alone in one of the small antechambers off the main salon of the Society Club. The Societies Club. Got a whole double-page entry for him. He's seated in a desk, guiding a great mauve-plumed quill pen across his custom lavender paper. Wiggins announces our presence just by clearing his throat. Just a moment, my dear boy, just a moment. Langdale does not look up from his work. He dips his outlandish pen into a bottle of violet ink and with a flourish finishes writing. Now, my dear boy, what can I do for you? Langdale jumps up from his desk, grabs Wiggins by the shoulders, and kisses him lightly on each cheek. He wears a dressing gown with a paisley design in various shades of violet, covering but not hiding his violet silk pajamas of the latest Parisian style. Wiggins' face blushes to almost a matching violet, but his smile is wide and good-natured. Hello, Langdale. You are just in time for my second tea. Some think art is a muse, Wiggins, that is fed on inspiration and talent, and it may be. But gossip is an amusement fed on sweet cakes and whispered secrets. I hope you can earn your sweet cakes, my dear boy. As if on cue, a white-jacketed boy wheels in a cart holding a tea service and a wide selection of sweet cakes. I see you've taken my friends into consideration, Jamie, says Langdale as he sees that there is a cup for each of us. Yes, sir, Mr. Pike. Good lad. Please be mother. The young boy goes about his job of pouring tea for each of Langdale's guests, leaving the maestro free to do what he does best, talk. And who are you working for, Henry? I don't know if I can tell you, Langdale. Our client's rather high up on the social ladder. Wiggins keeps his eyes on his tea as he stirs it with his silver spoon, but his smile tells us he's enjoying this game of manners, and that Langdale so loves to play. Oh, not Lord Cantlemere. No, someone a little higher up the social ladder. Wiggins covers his self-satisfied smile with his teacup as Langdale raised eyebrows indicate his piqued interest. Oh, not one of the royals? Asks Langdale with incredulity. Coos Wiggins in such a way as to indicate that Pike is onto the right family tree. Aha! Ejaculates Langdale. He sets down his cup and directs all of his attention towards Wiggins. Since Clarence has passed from this world, it must be the Prince of Wales himself. It could be, but you must keep this quiet, Langdale. Of course, my dear boy. I am the soul of discretion. Yes, Langdale, we're well aware of your reputation. Now, could you answer a few questions for us? What can you tell us about Lily Longtree and her involvement with the prince? Ah, the divine Lily, our American cousin, has taken London by storm, or at least the male half, or, adding one additional qualifier, the well-connected males. Lily seems to have left her love of democracy on her native shores. Her main interest here has been in the upper classes, and the more upper, the better. You can't get more upper than the prince, states Wiggins. Has she climbed that high up the ladder? Well, if you can take her word for it. She is sitting on the top rung, coos Langdale. And can we take her word for it? Ah, Wiggins, what would your mentor say to such a question? I may be a mere yellow journalist, a writer of divertiments for the idle masses, but I never take anyone's word for anything. I look for proof, for verification. Lily Longtree says she is having an affaire d'amour, but I have a feeling it is an affaire d'intérêt. And what proof do you have? Asks Wiggins. No proof, my dear boy, only a sharp pain in my medulla oblongata. A pain that over the years has warned me about people that speak a little too publicly about their affairs. She's worked very hard to give the impression she's an intimate of the prince. One has to ask why he hasn't responded. Can you answer that? Perhaps he feels silence is the best statement he can make. Oh, he may be right. says Langdale. In the past, he's not helped his case by going public. What can you tell me about some of the prince's other affairs? Wiggins puts down his teacup and takes out his notebook and stub of a pencil. Oh, there's little doubt he considers Sarah Bernhard as one of his closest friends, as well as Miss Kepner, a name that has been linked with him for years. Those would be the obvious choices. Wiggins writes the names in his book. After a few words about unrelated events, we leave Langdale to his writing. Well, he didn't really give us information. I mean, Sarah Bernhard is a famous actress of the time. Miss Kepner, I don't know about, but I don't imagine how these can help us. I don't think we're going to find Sarah Bernhard in the directory. This is just confirmation of our theory that she's lying about having an affair, but doesn't really help us. Just additional proof of our theory. I think maybe we need to follow up our political angle rather than our socialite angle. So let's go talk to Mycroft and see what he can tell us about the politics. Yes, Wiggins, I am aware of the problem on which you and Sherlock are working. Our future king has once again gotten himself caught in an indiscretion. Doesn't look like it's his fault. The diamond was stolen, and an Englishman who had led an upright life would have no problem in stepping forward and demanding his jewels with all the might of British law and morality behind him. Why doesn't His Royal Highness take this road with Miss Longtree? Asks Mycroft, looking up from his paperwork for the first time. Well, there are appearances to take into consideration. Subtle appearances, shouts Mycroft. Snorts Mycroft. What a man sows, he reaps. Then you think His Royal Highness gave the diamond to Lily Longtree? I didn't say that. His Royal Highness. I didn't say that. I, like the Queen, think the Prince a fool, not fit to govern. Mr. Holmes, I speak the truth. It's no secret the Queen would have liked to step down years ago, but hasn't, because she doesn't feel her son is ready. He's now approaching 60, born to be king, but living the life of a court jester. The last few years, he's been kept on a short rein. It's not just the future of the prince that is at stake, but the whole future of the monarchy. Many would like to see it destroyed. All right, well, that's it from Mycroft. He doesn't have a very good opinion of the Prince of Wales, but he's pointing to our theory about political intrigue. But we can't seem to get an angle onto... We need to follow up on Lily. We need to connect the two, the politicians and the Savage Club, with Lily Longtree. So we've got her date that invited her. He's our most promising candidate. I'm still itching to find where Laws went. Let me just see if there's a boarding house in the West Central area that he could have gone to that would have been nearby. It's probably not the right angle to pursue, but I can't help but want to pursue it. What's at Somerset House? Because Somerset House is right next door to, right nearby where Lily Longtree is. Archives, birth, deaths, marriages, land records, and old criminal records. That doesn't really help us much. So we did have a couple boarding houses, 7WC, 76WC. 7WC is far away. 76WC, still pretty far away. All right, so I don't have a good way to find Mr. Laws, although he showed up last night. So maybe he took a cab. Anna wants to go to the actress's Pike Mansion. Maybe a paper ad about a theater. The only person we've seen in the theater is Lily Longtree, and Sarah Bernard's a famous actress. She's not going to be in here, but we can look up the other one. And then maybe we should try to find the carriage logs and see if we can't catch someone arriving at the hotel last night. But let's do this first. Sarah Bernard is not going to be here. The famous actress, you can go see posters of her, Sarah Bernard. What? There she is? What the heck? Okay. Sarah Bernard is in the directory. 3 Southwest. Maybe we get a little brush with fame. And the other one was Miss Kepner. Let me look her up while we're here too. Kepner, if I spelled it right. So we have an Oliver Kepner. Did I spell that right? To Southwest. Kepner, Mrs. Kepner. Okay, maybe she's married to Oliver Kepner, 56 EC. Now, I don't know why these people would have anything helpful to say to us, but maybe so. It's worth a try. 3 Southwest. Okay, here is Sarah Bernhard. All right, well, we're getting a little peek into a famous person today. Sarah Bernhard's beauty has not been diminished by age. In her early 50s, she's still one of the most beautiful women in London, as well as one of the most gracious. She will not accept our refusal and insists we stay for tea. Noise from Piccadilly Circus fades to a pleasant hum as it enters the 4th floor windows of Miss Bernhard's well-appointed apartment, and is soon unnoticeable as we listen to our hostess's deep but pleasant voice, engagingly tinged with a faint French accent. His Royal Highness has been a friend for years, a good friend, but not in the way the vulgar press has insinuated. Freddie, he doesn't have many real friends. He has obligations to many people and many hangers-on. And Lily Longtree, which is she? You come straight to the point, Mr. Wiggins. I'm sorry, don't be. Freddie needs someone who can ask pointed questions for him. In his position, he seldom can. Freddie doesn't even know the woman. I don't know what her game is. Most likely publicity and notoriety. I've seen her on the stage. Have you, Mr. Wiggins? I haven't had the pleasure. Well, the woman displays no talent, and what she does display doesn't take talent. Only immodest coquetry. I see. That is not what Freddie finds appealing, no. There is nothing between them. Freddie has told me as much, and there is no reason for him to lie to me. Okay, more reference to our girl, Willie Longtree, putting her body on display. What God gave her. More clues convincing us that he didn't know her, but we already believe that ourselves. Doesn't really help. Doesn't really help us. And then we've got 56E. I was hoping she might be able to tell us more about Willie Longtree, who she hangs out with, but just more evidence supporting the Prince of Wales. I have consented to speak with you because you claim to be working for the prince, but I doubt that there is anything I can tell you. Thank you for granting us this audience. Some letters written by His Royal Highness have apparently fallen into the wrong hands. Do you know anything about any missing letters? Mr. Wiggins, did Freddie send you to speak with me? Well, actually, no. I'm sorry, but in that case, I have nothing to say to you. Good day. All right, so as expected, those two ex-girlfriends of the prince have nothing to say. They respect his privacy. All right, well, I'm going to follow my lead, which is to look for a carriage stopping off at the Grand Hotel last night. Although there could be a bunch of people going to the Grand Hotel last night, but let's see if that helps us out. Okay, well, there's no entry at all for the carriage station. Let's just make sure it hasn't changed. Central Carriage Stables, 5WC. That's the same as it ever was. No entry in this case. Let's try going to the Jewel Thieves. Maybe we have to track this down via a different angle. 2WC. Well, there is an entry for them. Remember, this is an ally informant that isn't used in the new Space Cowboys cases, but is used in the old case. Thomas O'Neill stands in his doorway staring at Wiggins. Our paths seem to be crossing with increased regularity, Mr. Wiggins. Come in. We follow O'Neill into his rooms and take seats at the large round oak table that occupies the center of his living room. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you could tell us anything about the Akbar Shah diamond. A smile spreads over O'Neill's face as he lights a cigarette. If he feels any discomfort from Wiggins' question, he doesn't show it. The Akbar Shah. Why do you think I would know anything about such a diamond? And why would I tell you? Well, it seems you and Holmes have reached some sort of understanding through the years. Perhaps. I heard a few things that might be helpful to Mr. Holmes. Suppose there were these two books that had a knack for helping themselves to rich people's jewels, mainly the aristocracy. These two blokes mainly retired these days because they have become so well known. I think he's talking about himself and his brother. But, they keep their fingers in the pie, so to speak. Well, one day this man comes to these two blokes and wants to hire them to steal a diamond necklace from a rather major aristocrat. So the two sit down and plan the job, a masterpiece. The aristocrat won't even know it has been stolen. He'll just have a beautiful paste diamond, fake diamond. But when the fellow is shown the plan, he says nix. He wants the knob to know that his ice has been stolen. That's the most important part. We, that is the two blokes, are to turn over the jewels to him, and for this, the two blokes will be well paid. Well, it's a simple enough job. So the two blokes agree to do it. No problem. Everything goes as planned. Do the two blokes know who hired them? What's in a name? This fellow has a number of them, you see. He and the two blokes have a few things in common. The hatred of the British ruling class, for one. So that makes them like brothers. And you know us Irish, family's everything. Try as he might, Wiggins is unable to get any more out of Thomas O'Neill. So he thanks him for his little story and we take our leave. All right, so this is pretty cool. So we found the actual robbers. They're the paid jewelry thieves. And you can see that whoever hired him goes by a couple of names. It is more political angle that they hate the British royalty. And it's exactly what we were when we earlier had our breakthrough. They don't want to steal the jewelry to get the jewelry. They want to steal the jewelry to be able to ruin his reputation and make clear that it's his jewelry that they have. And we know it's one man who's hired them, but what's his name? He says, well, I can't really tell you his name. He goes by many names. This man comes. Wants to hire them. Do you know who hired you? What's in a name? Has a number of them, and he's Irish. So we do learn that this guy is Irish. I'm not sure if we know enough about names to know who's Irish, but is our guy that we met at the club Irish? Not Lord Cantlemere, but the guy who brought her Hail Broham. Is Broham an Irish name? Still don't have the connection that we need, though. Huh. We've got our political folk. We've got Lily, who's now been killed, but we don't know who's the cutout. Surely these political people have a middleman, a lower level, politically motivated criminal. So I can think of one person who might know criminals. We could try going to Parliament. I tried that. We could try going to Buckingham Palace. I didn't try that. But I wonder if Porky would know who might be looking to hire someone. Like if you're political and you didn't know who to hire to do a jewelry theft, you might go to Porky Shinwell at the Rat and Raven and find out and get information about Barry and Thomas O'Neill. So I wonder if we shouldn't go to Porky Shinwell, but we could check out Buckingham Palace first. I already tried to go to Parliament. Let me try 35 Southwest and see. Or we could go back to the paper and start trying to dig around for more information about the paper. Okay, no entry for Buckingham Palace. I mean, if this guy really was her manager, he might be a manager at other theaters. You could imagine we could stop in at the other theaters and see if anyone knows about Lily's boyfriend. I mean, she's performing in the Covent Garden, but maybe... Did I already check the Bentley Hotel to make sure that guy wasn't staying at the Bentley Hotel? I probably did. 32 WC. Let me just make sure, since that was so... Yeah, no 32 WC. What about these other theaters? 94, 18, and 31. No. Okay. I think we're going to have to go to Porky and see if anyone came in asking for who could be hired to rob a place. 52 EC. Porky hasn't said much as Wiggins fills him in on the facts of the stolen diamond, but as Wiggins comes to the end of his tale, Porky gives him a wink and says, "I think I can help you on this one." Porky scribbles a name on a scrap of paper, slides it across the bar to Wiggins. Wiggins reads the name and address. Flavius Nast, 51 Drummond Court. Who's this? He's an artist. What do I want to see an artist for? Well, there are all types of artists. This one makes copies of jewels. He was telling me his last job was a large diamond. That's odd. Huh. Is this a wild goose chase? Because we don't think our case involves a copy of a diamond. One Drummond Court. Oh, you think the O'Neills, this is the guy who they talked to, would make it? But he says his last job was a large diamond. All right, well, let's find Flavius Nast and talk to him. It can't hurt us to talk to him. Let's see if he's in the directory so we can find out what neighbor is in. Otherwise, we'll just track down his address. 51 WC, 51 Drummond Court. All right, here we go. Flavius Nast's studio is located on a narrow alleyway. At first, the man behind the windowless door doesn't want to let us enter until Wiggins mentions Holmes's name and passes the man a quid. There's some question as to which of those actions gets us admitted. The man who we assume to be Flavius Nast is a small man of middle age with thinning brown hair, small eyes set somewhat too far apart, above a slightly crooked, largish nose. His lips are thin and his ears large. I understand you have a very unique artistic talent, asks Wiggins. I do, and I'm paid well for it. What are you interested in? The Akbar diamond, the Akbar Shah diamond. Well, what about it? Who'd you make it for? Nast lights a cigarette. We can see he's using this time to think. How much is in it for me? How much were you paid to make the fake one? As I said, what's in it for me? How about another bob? Ha! Nast finds this offer funny. How about 100 quid, mate? Wiggins grabs Nast by the lapels of his coat and lifts him to his toes. How about I don't tell Scotland Yard about your talent for counterfeiting jewels, mate? Who hired you to make a copy of the Akbar Shah? Wiggins pulls Nast a little harder until he's standing on the very tips of his toes. Tommy O'Neill, shouts Nast. O'Neill, the jewel thief? The same. Wiggins lets Nast fall back to his lack of height and leads us from the studio. Okay, well, as Corsican guessed, this is just an alternate path to what we had already figured out, that the O'Neills were hired to steal it. They planned to have it made. It looks like they even got a copy made until the guy hiring them said, no, I don't want you to replace it with this. I want him to know it was stolen. So more proof of our theory. Our theory has really been on solid footing since early in the case. But we need to connect the political people to our robbers and to Lily. Houses of Parliament 16 Southwest. I tried that already. I can check again to make sure we can't talk to them. Yeah. What about let's look at our old allies. Is there anyone who would know about government stuff? Courts, Society Club. We went to all this. The library. We could talk to Henry Ellis at the Times. He knows about international stuff, doesn't he? Henry Ellis, doesn't he specialize in international foreign affairs? He might know something, but that's sort of a shot in the dark. Don't love it. I'd prefer for us to solve it on our own. So an Irish guy, Irish politician, connected person, hired them. We haven't been to Christie's. I don't see how that's relevant for our case, but let's cross all of our T's and dot our I's by heading over to Christie's, where the jewelry was bought. 87 Southwest. All right, as expected, it just says, yes, the prince purchased the jewels there, paid £30,000 for the necklace, just as we suspected. Hmm. We might be at a point where we have to do more thorough search of the newspaper, see if any names we recognize pop up. That's certainly possible. Political Irish contacts. All right, let's look through it again. Romanian anarchists. That's not our case. Burglary. Watches. Opium dens. Lady with lots of pets. Irregularities in the banks. It's a foreign news. Letter to the editor complaining about smoke. Economic doctrines. Shipping offices. Obituary for Sir Wilfrid Major of Banks. Let's see if this isn't relevant to us. Conservative Party, Lord Balfour. This is the article we already read. Is there anything we missed in here that would mention a compatriot? We reiterate our demands. The people shall rule. This Hanoverian family be returned to the people. Doesn't mention what group he is, and we tried to talk to him at his home office, and he wouldn't talk to us. Hmm. There's our Willy Longtree. Plot against the King of Romania. Plot to kill the King of Romania in Budapest. His passport. Seems like that's too far away from us. Austria, Hungary. Plot against the life of the Emperor of Austria. Russia, Germany. stock exchange, money market. Attacked by a bear. Labor unrest. This is in our previous case. Christie's auction. Housekeeper. Foreign correspondence. Synagogue. Patient escapes. Railroad accident. Bacterial laboratory. Charge of bigamy. Pocket knife. Charity benefits Balkan. Sorry, Lady Evelyn hosted a most elegant tea at the Grand Hotel, which is at where our people are staying. This is a week ago. Totally unrelated to our case. Football, darts, golf, cricket. No mention of any names in our case. Serbian government, Germany, Spain. This is still a week before our case, right? September 16th. No, our case is on September 30th. Okay, so this is still a week before our case. Body disappears. Doesn't seem related to our case. Report from the U.S. on education. How about this? Labor movement. Danger Labor Party. Parliament, governing bodies. Gilbert Noonan. Not really railing against the monarchy, though. Churchill of London. All right, well, here's today's paper, but this is a monkey happening outside London. It doesn't seem relevant to us. Mr. Roten. Gave himself up. This is the day of our case. So here's the swordsman. Irish hussars. We think the guy who hired them could be Irish, but how does this help us? Defeated mounted battle Captain Jennings of Her Majesty's 8th Royal Irish Hussars. Hampstead, that's outside of our realm. Outside of London. Again, outside of London. Fatal encounter with the shark. Well, we've gone through that pretty carefully. We've got political conspirators that come up with a plot. They're going to steal this necklace. They're going to create the appearance of an affair to ruin the prince's reputation. How do they connect with our girl Lily? What's the connection? Are they using her? His carriage is seen at the theater. Maybe we should see if there aren't some other carriage stables we could visit. So here are stables, central carriage. I tried to look that up. There was no entry. But we have a couple other carriage stables. No other ones in West Central. So why wouldn't... Why would it be... Let's talk to Henry Ellis. I just have a hard time seeing why a different stable would be involved. Maybe we should go back to the Covent Gardens Theater and reread what he said about the prince's carriage. But maybe we'll check out Henry Ellis first. Maybe one of our other informants has got some information for us. 30 EC doesn't have an entry. No entry from Henry Ellis. Politics. Is there anything more in politics here? Any more people to talk to that are politically connected? Would Womack know anything at the library? Hmm. Criminal court. Why would... I suppose you could say it's a long shot. Maybe her manager has been arrested for something, but it just seems very... a big, serious, real reach. So our criminal court is Edward Hall, 36 EC. 36 EC, we have Quentin Hogg. I think this is another thing where the things have changed, but two people at 36 EC. All right, let's go to 36 EC, which is, 35 EC is the Police Gazette, and 36 EC is Edward Hall. So I guess we'll go to these next door neighbors. Okay, so let's read these two. And okay, so the first one, 35 EC, which is Quentin Hogg from the Police Gazette. Sounds like we shouldn't be reading it. So let's look up 36 EC. Sir Edward, cries out Wiggins as we hurry to catch up to our favorite barrister. Can we have a word with you? I'm on my way to court. What can I do for you? Holmes is helping the Prince of Wales. A Greenwood affair? I told him, no, we're looking into the theft of the Akbar Shah diamond. Do you know anything about that? Yes, His Royal Highness has filled me in, but it sounded more like work for a detective than a barrister. Glad to see he took my advice for once, and that's it. Now, 35 EC, which is Quentin Hogg from the Police Gazette. Well, I'll read this. Seems like we're asking about... Of course, I've heard of Nicola Hashdish Wiggins. Quentin Hogg addresses Wiggins as he brushes away the crumbs that have fallen onto his vest. He takes another bite from the stale biscuit, sending another avalanche of crumbs to replace those that have been sent to the floor. I thought you'd had your fill of Balkan politics. Balkan politics? Well, Bastish is a Serbian revolutionary. Oh, it seems like we shouldn't be there. But it sounds like it might be in one of our papers in the Police Gazette. You can see why I said we wanted to pay attention to the use of allies, and you can see we're seeing a good example of some of the problematic use of the allies in these old cases. Like, we're visiting them because they're our friends, and when we do, occasionally it seems like the game did not expect us to visit them. So yeah, this is the wrong way to do it. But was he talking about this article? He's in the Police Gazette. You would think he would be talking about, but this is the Police News. What does it say in the Old West End Adventure? Quentin Hogg of the Police News. Okay, so it's this paper, the Police News. He seems to think we're asking about someone in the Police News. An earlier article in the Police News? In this article a month ago? Not a month ago, but 2 weeks ago. Anarchists. Uh, there has to be a better way to make progress on this case. Let's go back and follow up on the lead of what the theater people said. 30 WC. So we go to the doorman who Wiggins knows. I've heard rumors she's seeing the Prince of Wales. He should have known better. Is she here? No. She's staying at the Grand Hotel. You can find her there. All right, so we did that, and that led us to the Grand Hotel. What's the part about? I thought I was looking for the part about her carriage. Oh, yes. Okay. I've seen his carriage. A handsome single Brougham it was. Single Brougham carriage. There's no article, there's no advertisements about Brougham carriages, are there? Wheelchair. I mean, should we be looking for someone that rented out a carriage? We do have carriage stables. We went to the central carriage and didn't find anything. I mean, we could knock on these doors. 61 EC, 82 Northwest. Seems unlikely. Yeah. No entry there. Um, Let me just make sure we didn't mistake about where we could go. Government offices, 14 Southwest Colonial Foreign Office of Records. Houses of Parliament. I tried Parliament. No Republican Club or something. boarding house where our guy John was could be. 11WC. I mean, these are places far away. Why would he go to those? She's strangled. Doesn't really help us. Just check for government offices. 14 Southwest. No entry. We could try Westrad. It's very odd because when we met Westrad, the game explicitly says you're not going to get anything more of Westrad. But yes, we could work our way through the rest of our informants since we're sort of at a loss here. Okay, let's try Lestrade at 13 Southwest. Maybe he can give us a hint. I mean, this is the time to go to the Allies. All right, well, there is an entry here. Let's see what it says. Lestrade's out on an investigation. The desk sergeant, Constable Wilson, knows Wiggins well. And knowing the help the yard has received from Holmes in the past, it talks freely to him. Anyone else you want to see? Is Gregson in? Yes. Wiggins leads us to the inspector's office where we find Gregson bent over a desk covered with papers. Engaged in your favorite pastime, Inspector? Wiggins, what do you want? I understand you're looking into the robbery at the Savage Club. Is it a robbery? Last time I talked to Sala, it was a private matter. They knew where the jewels were, they just didn't know how to get them back. I told them I'd be glad to arrest the person if His Royal Highness would file charges, but no, they didn't want the publicity. I'm glad this is Holmes' headache. Were you able to determine anything about the theft? Well, it was done by professionals. It's a good safe, nothing an amateur could handle. No, it was a professional job, all right. The spotlight the prince lives in makes it easy for his activities to be followed. And what are you planning to do? Nothing, Wiggins, not a thing. Royal orders are to leave it alone. Looks like it's all yours. A large smile spreads over Gregson's face. Yep, looks like it's all yours. Okay, well, that doesn't help us at all. More than I expected to find there, but it doesn't help us. Criminal records. Could we find some criminal that's involved in our case? I guess we might. Births, deaths, marriages, land records, criminal records. Yeah, maybe. Parsons Toy Shop. There's no reason we should see that, but we could go to the library for some reason. Carlton House. That's for the Mansion murders. That's not for us. Sherlock Holmes and Mycroft. Okay, let's try Disraeli O'Brien and Somerset House and the library because we don't know what else to do. The stationers, that's an interesting idea. If that letter was fake, that's an interesting idea. That's a very good idea. I like that idea. Before we talk to any of our informants, let's see if we were being tricked to think it was his old stationery being used. And let's see if a stationer was hired to produce stationery that says His Royal Highness. I love that idea. By Corsican. That's a great idea. There absolutely are stationers in the directory. Let's see what we've got here. Stationers. Okay. There's 4 of them. West Central is where most of our activity seems to be. West Central and Southwest. So let's try 95WC. I love this idea. The only part that's confusing about it is they've stolen his old letters. Seems more likely that they'll use those, but it's not clear. Okay, so 95WC, there's no entry, so that should make this the wrong approach. But let me check some others. 27 and 29 EC. Nope. And 89 EC. Nope, it was a great idea though. But probably they're using his old letters. Oh, it's a great idea though. All right, let's go back to our plan of checking for foreign records, criminal records, 14 or 17 WC. No, no entries at all for Disraeli O'Brien or Somerset House. Why would the library have anything of interest to us? I just don't see why it would, but let's see. Okay, I guess we can learn a little bit more about stuff. It doesn't seem like this is going to be relevant. All right, we're going to the library for some background study. Charles I, 1600 to 1649, King of Great Britain and Ireland, the second son of James I and Anne of Denmark. He was a backward child, so weak he could scarcely walk, very slow and beginning to talk, but he grew stronger, became a good horseman and walker. Though an impediment hampered his speech all his life, he became king in 1625 upon the death of his father. The reign of Charles I was clouded by a series of conflicts with Parliament, culminating in the Great Rebellion, civil war that pitted the forces of the king against those of Parliament. War lasted 6 years. In the end, the forces of Oliver Cromwell defeated those of the king. Charles was tried for treason, found guilty, executed in front of his palace at Whitehall. He died nobly in the manner of a king. We looked up the Akbar Shah diamond, originally weighed 116 carats, 2 Arabic inscriptions. Shah Akbar, the Shah of the world, 1028AH, to the Lord of Two Worlds. Shah Jahan, the first date corresponds to AD 1650-61. The whereabouts of the stone were unknown from 1700 to 1866. One was brought to London, recut, and sold for about £35,000. All right, just all stuff that we had read about before. Not helpful to us. Well, it's time for us to take another break, but we're going to have to reach deep, think hard about where to go to crack this case. It feels like we might be just one little step away from connecting these worlds, but we don't know how to find it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Let's see if we can think of something. Maybe don't try to figure it out in the channel during the break. Get up, stretch, clear your mind. Try to reset. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I've been eating some chocolate, trying to think. I didn't come up with much that would be useful. I'll tell you what I thought, the small ideas I did have. She's an American traveling over, and we're looking for her person she was arguing with. It seems at least possible that they came over together on a ship. Maybe we could get the records for that ship. Maybe talk to the American embassy. Maybe they've got some information on her manager. Alternatively, we could try to find that guy by visiting other theaters. Maybe he's known manager known in another theater. So I'm going to do those quick things before I check in back with the channel. So I'm going to start by trying to visit the American Embassy, 18 Southwest. Well, there is an entry. It looks like it might be a little helpful, but not too much. As a matter of fact, Miss Longtree has had trouble with the law in the past. She was arrested in Chicago in '92 for illicit behavior. We know what that means. Same thing in Boston in '94, and for blackmail 2 years ago in New York. That's just the tip of the iceberg if I know my women. How much do you know about her? Surely you don't look into every American's background who happens to come to England. No, of course not. replies John Forsythe, the attaché, to whom we have been directed. It just so happens that a Pinkerton man was here looking for Miss Longtree and her paramour, David Laws. Seems they defrauded some people in New York. Can you tell me where Miss Longtree is staying? Yes, the Grand Hotel. And Mr. Laws, the same, according to my records. Now, you might think that that's a dead end we've now hit. I mean, we have gotten a clue here that she is involved in this kind of criminal activity. But actually, it's not a dead end. Why isn't this a dead end? Any idea? First of all, we've got the name of the guy. She's seeing David Laws, who seems to be from America as well. But Corsican has figured out why I've said it's not a dead end. And that's because Pinkertons. The Pinkertons were looking for her. And there is, if my memory serves me correctly, an entry for Pinkerton detective agencies in our directory. And there it is. Okay, so this was at the American Embassy. And that points us to Pinkerton's, which is 24 Northwest. Now, fingers crossed that this is a live lead for us, because we need one. It's feeling good, though. Okay. It's a very short entry. Let's hope we're lucky here. Yeah, we have a man working on a case involving Lily Longtree. He isn't attached to the London office. His name is Theodore Phelan Cook from our New York office. You can find him at the Metropole Hotel. Okay, so we still got a live lead here. Metropole Hotel. Were we looking for Theodore Phelan Cook? Okay. Metropole Hotel. We are like hanging by our fingernails here. Metropole Hotel 27WC. I would have thought I looked for that. Why wouldn't I have looked for that hotel just to see if our guy moved there? Did I? Metropole Hotel. Surely I would have looked for that. Maybe I looked at it and decided we weren't allowed to be there. Yeah, that's what happened. I looked at it. I looked at this looking for laws, and because it mentioned someone, I realized we weren't allowed to be here. All right, I've cracked the case wide open. Mr. Theodore Phelan Cook, asks Wiggins. Yes, responds the man who answers Wiggins' knock. What can I do for you? We understand you work for Pinkerton's. Yes. Well, we work for Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes? I'm a big fan of his. Come right on in. Cook steps aside and makes way for us to enter his room. He's a large, heavy-set man with a round, jovial face and a leg of mutton sideburns. He looks more like a schoolmaster than a detective. What can I do for you? Well, we understand you might be able to tell us something about David Laws, asks Wiggins. I'll be. A smile comes over Cook's face and he shakes his head slowly in amused awe. I'm only in London a few days and Holmes knows what I'm up to. Would you mind telling us just what it is you are up to? Well, you seem to already know. I came for Laws. He was involved in some pretty shady dealings in New York a couple years ago. Now the evidence suggests that more than fraud was involved. Possibly even murder. Like all good con men, he can be quite charming, but it seems he's something of a violent drunk. Have you seen him yet? No. But I have learned he's staying at a boarding house, 76 Devonshire Street. Oh, thank you for talking with us. Not at all. You think I might be able to meet Mr. Holmes? I know he enjoys a good pipe, and I'd sure like to make him a gift of one I brought with me. I'm sure he would be happy to make your acquaintance. We'll let him know of your interest. Well, we are really chasing down this thread, and it is each time it's just like giving us one little bump, one little connected dot. All right, now we got an address for our guy that we've been searching for. David Laws, the American Pinkerton guy, gave us an address. 76 Devonshire. Boarding house. All right, now we're talking. So we could look at all the 76s and find the one that's Devonshire, or we could look up boarding houses here and look for a 76. There it is, Miss Warren's 76WC. Now, I should have stumbled onto this myself because I was looking for him moving next door when she kicked him out. 76WC. So the question is, why didn't I investigate it? Well, the answer is that I looked up boarding houses in WC. I thought maybe she kicked him out of the Grand Hotel. But when we looked at 76WC, I said, that's too far away to make that leap of logic. But now we've pinpointed. Now someone has tracked them. So, but probably if I had gone here, the game didn't want me to go here. That would have been too big of a leap of logic. But here we are now. We've got a reason to be knocking on this door. All right, this is exciting for us. We might catch the guy that we really need to talk to. Let's see if we get lucky here. The drawing room of Mrs. Warren's boarding house is clean, neat, and well ordered, like Mrs. Warren herself. Yes, Mr. Laws has been staying here. Mrs. Warren is responding to Wiggins' first question. Is he in now? No. You can tell that Mrs. Warren is a tight-lipped woman and that Wiggins has his work cut out for him. It's very important I find him. Wiggins' smile doesn't quite bring one to Mrs. Warren's lips, but at least her sneer fades away. I have something for him. I hope it's money. He's behind in his rent. He drinks every cent he gets. How much does he owe? Asked Wiggins. 35 shillings, she snaps. Drinks all the money his hussy girlfriend gives him. Hussy? I know that description. It's Lily Longtree. Yeah. I was going to give this to Laws, but maybe it should go to you. Wiggins takes 2 sovereigns from his pocket. At the sight of the gold coins, a smile finally does come to her face. If we could wait in his room? Of course, sir. Mrs. Warren leads us down the ground floor hall. She takes a key from her pocket, unlocks the room door to room 6. She stands in front of the door until Wiggins drops the 2 sovereigns into her open hand. Then she steps out of our way and allows us to enter the room. Wiggins shuts the door behind us. And that's the end of the entry. What? That's it. The next entry is a different location. What the hell? Next entry is our place. That's it? We're at a dead end here? That doesn't seem right. What the hell? How can that be the end of the entry? What the hell? That's where we're gonna crack the whole case, and there's nothing that's not gonna tell us what we see. Should we look at the new Space Cowboys version and see if there's an entry there and if it's different? Boy, that's weird. We stepped through a portal to a different game, says Perry. Let's just see if there's a 76WC here in the Space Cowboys version, or if they changed it. There's not even an entry for it in this one. Oh, that's rough. Let's play it out. Let's go to Pinkerton. Okay, so if we go to Pinkerton... Okay, wait, hold on a second. Before we do that, he's drinking all his money away, so that sounds like he might be at bars. Let's make a note to look for bars near where that is. All right, let's do that first, and then if we need to, we'll go back to the new case, where he's staying at a different house near the boarding house. Boy, that was weird, huh? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna look for bars, pubs near 76WC where he's staying. And then before we check the Space Cowboys, so let's see. So we tracked him down to Miss Warren's boarding house, and he gets violent when he drinks, and he's spending it all on his hussy girl. So where might he be drinking? He's not in now. It wouldn't be surprising if he wasn't drinking. $49.75 WC. George and Fulter, 93. That's pretty far away. 13WC. Pretty far away. 65WC. Pretty far away. 27WC, the Metropole. He's not there. St. Pancras, 48WC. That's not that nearby. What about public houses? Wine Lodge, 10WC. That's not right nearby. 73WC, Punch and Judy. That's pretty close by. 73WC, Punch and Judy. Feels like that might be the closest one where he would be drinking. 10WC. Would he be drinking in a restaurant? 73WC and 10WC. I got an entry here at this pub nearby. Wiggins orders a round of drinks for us all and then asks the bartender if he's ever heard of David Laws. Oh, the American chap. Yep. He's over in the corner. You can't miss him. We pick up our drinks. Soon find a young man sitting alone nursing a pint of bitters, his legs stretched out, revealing a pair of boots that could only have been made in America. David Laws, asks Wiggins. The man nods but doesn't look up. Can we join you? Asks Wiggins as we sit down. What do you want? Asks Laws petulantly. Finally glancing up at us, he's a good-looking man in his late 20s, muscular, clean-shaven with black wavy hair. He wears a plaid suit and a white shirt. We understand you're a friend of Lily Longtree. Ah, friend, some friend she's turned out to be. It's clear Laws has had more than a few pints. I devoted my whole life to her, the bitch. Whatever happens to her is her own fault. If she thinks I'm just going to sit around while she carries on with an old fart, well, I'll show her. He gets up from his chair, and Wiggins also stands, but is pushed back down by Laws, who's a good 6 inches taller than our intrepid leader, and staggers out the door. Follow him, Billy. We'll meet you at ye old Cheshire Cheese later. Righty-o, says Billy as he grabs his cap and runs out the door. We are just hanging on to a single little thread each time. Okay, ye old Cheshire Cheese. That's a meetup where they like to meet up. All right, that was pretty cool, I gotta say, that she talked about him drinking all his money away and turned out, well, that's how we tracked him down. All right, let's go to the Cheshire Cheese. I thought it was a restaurant. It's not. What is it? I remember we've been there before. Let me look it up in the directory. I thought it was a restaurant. The Cheshire Cheese. You know what? I wonder if this is one of the very few places that's not in the new directory. It's not in by alphabetical. Where's our old directory? So old directory just had a single listing, not a separate commercial listing. But if you look up places, let's first of all look up Cheshire Cheese. Okay, so Cheshire Cheese isn't in it alphabetically. But let's see if it's under restaurants or stores. I thought it was a restaurant. I remember we've been there before. Whatever it is. Well, there's restaurants and it's not there. So what is it? I know it's a place. Do we need to reread that entry? We'll meet you at ye old Cheshire Cheese. Ye old Cheshire Cheese. Ye old. Okay, ye old Cheshire Cheese Inn. 34 EC. Yes, ye old Cheshire Inn. Okay, 34 EC. One tenuous thread we are holding on to this whole for the last hour. Looks like we got a nice big entry here, though. Billy is seated in front of the fireplace, sipping a mug of warm rum by the time we enter the famous old pub. Ye Old Cheshire Cheese is located down the street from Samuel Johnson's house, and even though Boswell never recorded the great lexicographer as having frequented the place, we can assume he was a regular visitor. We go to the bar and order our libations. Polly the parrot is running up and down the bar, taking a drink where allowed in return for some remark that if made by a man would be insulting, but since it's made by an acid-tongued bird, we find humorous. We've joined Billy and are listening to his account of David Law's movements after he left us at the Punch and Judy. Laws left the pub, stumbled down Drury Lane, cut over to Covent Garden Theatre. He tried to get in, but the doorman refused. I heard him say that Miss Longtree wasn't there. Laws left the theatre and headed to the Grand Hotel. I stayed very close to him. He was too drunk to pay attention to me. When we got to the hotel, the desk clerk stopped him from going up to Miss Longtree's room. He informed Laws that Miss Longtree was dead. Laws collapsed into one of the lobby's chairs. He sat there for a good 10 minutes just staring at the floor. I was about to give up when Laws jumped up and ran from the hotel. He waved down a cab, and I heard him shout the destination, the Grosvenor Hotel. I was able to get a cab. With a little silver incentive to the driver, was able to arrive before Laws. I had just settled into a chair close to the main desk when Laws came charging in. He was red-faced with anger, demanded to see Hale Brougham. The desk clerk said Brougham was not in. Laws didn't believe him and began to threaten him. The clerk said Brougham was at the Cavendish Card Club. Laws went charging from the hotel. I followed in pursuit, but not before hearing the clerk call the club and the police. It took me a minute or two to find a cab. By the time I arrived at the Cavendish, the police were there putting a violent and screaming Mr. Laws into a wagon. One of the constables told me he was being taken to Titchfield Station for disturbing the peace. Huh. Very interesting, says Wiggins. Anything else? Nope. I came right here and waited for you. Good boy, Billy. We'll make a detective out of you yet. All right, that's amazing. Totally amazing. We made our connection. We made our connection, and we got proof that Laws is not the killer, right? Because he's totally surprised that she's dead. And when he finds out she's dead, he goes silent, and then he realizes, oh, I know who killed her. The guy that she was mixed up with, who tried to hire her to do all this stuff, Hale Brougham. We finally got our connection that we've been looking for. Yeah. Okay, and then they called ahead, and the police got him. So 2 pieces of information for us here. The first, a whole bunch of pieces of information, but 2 leads for us to follow up. The Cavendish Club, to track down Hale, who we've talked to once very briefly, but also that the Titchfield police station, where David Laws is now and probably ready to talk and blame Brougham Hale. Well, we've cracked this case wide open. That was pretty fun. We're almost done, I think. Let's just cross our T's and check out the Cavendish Club and Titchfield Police. But I think we have our basic theory here. Cavendish Club is somewhere in here where Diogenes Club... Oh, no, that's Carlton Club. All right. Cavendish Club 25 Northwest. That was a very odd scene when we went to his boarding house and the scene just ended. Yeah. Okay, now let's look up the Titchfield Police Station, and then we'll visit those places. Okay, Police Station, Titchfield, 89 Northwest. All right, where do you want to go first? The Cavendish Club or the police station? narratively as a story, you could make the case for both. You could make the case that maybe we should talk to David Wallace so we know how to confront Hale Broham, or you could make the case that we should go to the Cavendish Club first because he might leave. Not in gameplay, because gameplay not going to change, but okay, you want to go to Cavendish Club first, so let's do that. 25 Northwest. Okay, here we go. The doorman admits us and leads us through the foyer, which is dominated by a large bronze horse, the empty saddle, a memorial to the many members who had fallen during their cavalry service. It's a grim juxtaposition to the gaming tables in the card room, where we soon find ourselves. "How can I help you, gentlemen?" inquires the middle-aged man Wiggins recognizes as the manager. "Mr. Wickersham, you may not remember me," says Wiggins, extending his hand. "We met several years ago during the investigation into Ronald Adair's untimely demise." Yes, of course. I had only been here a few months at the time, but it was a shock to witness such behavior by a clubman. Colonel Moran had been a guest here on numerous occasions. "We understand there was a disturbance here earlier involving the police." Wickersham wrings his hands. "Yes, this man charged in demanding to see Mr. Broham at once. Luckily, we had been warned that he was coming, as had the police. He was taken away before the disturbance could get out of hand." Did he actually see Mr. Broham? "Oh, no. We would always do our best to prevent our members being disturbed by unwelcome intrusions. Police arrived so promptly, the man never made it past the foyer." "Is Mr. Broham here now?" "No, he stayed only a short time." "Does he spend much time here?" "Well, when he's in London, he does visit the club quite regularly. He has been here often in the past few weeks, dining frequently with Mr. Pemberton and Mr. Noonan." "Gilbert Noonan of the Pall Mall Gazette?" "That's the same one. Now, I hope you'll excuse me. I must check in the kitchen." Okay, so we've circled back to the Pall Mall Gazette lead that we went to, which seemed like we shouldn't have been there yet. So Hale Broham, we've now connected to our MP, which is Pemberton, who wants to overthrow the monarchy. So that's great. We've already talked to him from the newspaper. But now he's also connected us to Gilbert Noonan at the Pall Mall Gazette. And we might want to, in fact, let's go reread that now that we know we are allowed to hear about Gilbert. If I remember correctly, the only thing we get there is him telling us that Gilbert's not around, but I think we should reread it. Where is our Pall Mall Gazette? "90 Southwest." Okay, let's read that again now that we know what we're looking for. Okay, so we ask for Gilbert Noonan, and we're told he's not in. "Are you expecting him?" And he says, "I'm quite surprised he's not here. He didn't come in this morning, and he sent no word. It's most unlike him." "Try him at home," is what it said. "You might try him at home." We asked to speak to Mr. Stead, the guy our contact is, and we ask about Gilbert. Then our connection says, "I don't recall him mentioning he would not be in. His name came up. He's been spending time with Hal Broham and Marvin Pemberton, pretty rich company." And they talk about how these two are in the movement to get rid of the monarchy. And he says you might want to check his home. Okay. So now, remember, we still got to identify a killer. We know the political conspiracy, but we also know she was strangled. So it would be nice to identify who we think actually strangled her. I mean, it doesn't seem like one of the politicians would do it, but maybe we can get one of these guys to give them up. 73 Northwest. All right, Gilbert. Let's see if we can get Gilbert to crack. No one answers our knock at the front door of Gilbert Noonan's Georgian house, so Wiggins leads us into the house through an unlocked back door. Wiggins does that pretty frequently. No one responds to our calls, and we see no sign of life on our tour of the house. We now enter the drawing room, Wiggins preceding us. The room's dark and the drapes are drawn, but we can make out the form of a man seated behind a desk. Oh, is this going to be another murder? Mr. Noonan? Mr. Noonan, I call out. No response. He won't be answering you, says Wiggins. Turn on the lights. I saw a switch by the door. Thank you. Once the lights are on, it's easy to see why Mr. Noonan won't be answering our questions, or anyone else's for that matter. He's dead, shot in the head. His eyes frozen open, forcing their lifeless gaze at the papers on his desk. Wiggins picks up a handwritten note and reads it aloud. I, Gilbert Noonan, take full responsibility for the awful murder of Lily Longtree. I hired the murderer, Charles Delescluze, not to perform this dastardly act, but to be only a small cog in a plot to bring justice for the English people. Delescluze took it upon himself to pervert our plan into one of his own. If I cannot bring justice to others, I can at least bring it to my own actions. May God forgive me. Signed, Gilbert Noonan. Wiggins places the paper on the desk and picks up another sheet. This one is addressed to his solicitor, Arnold Sutro. Wiggins reads, Dear Arnold, I hope that my unexpected departure from this world will not cause you too much work. My will should be in order, since you are always responsible for drawing it up. Thank you for always being a friend. I hope you'll carry out my wishes even after I'm gone. Yours, Gilbert. So it looks like suicide, Wiggins asked. So it would appear, is the answer. Well, first of all, I'm not happy that there's no mention of a gun. Like, if it was suicide, the gun should be sitting there, right? Why is there no mention of the gun? I call this deliberate ambiguity, when the writing is deliberately not telling us information we want. On the other hand, I'm actually inclined to believe this. I know everything screams political conspiracy, so I'm not sure. But he does mention, first of all, it's amazing that we've gotten to this point, and it's amazing we've gotten a new death here. Okay, but he says that the killer is Charles. Now, this guy is going to be the killer of Lily, surely. Whether this guy was shot by Hale Broham or not, surely this guy is really going to be the killer. It's going to depend on whether we catch... If this killer is dead, then we know the person behind it is still alive and kicking and is killing these people. But this could be him. The reason I was thinking this is real is look at that last statement. He says, Arnold, I hope my unexpected departure will not cause you too much work. My will should be in order. You were always responsible for drawing it up. Thank you for always being a friend. Like, a killer wouldn't know that. That's why I think it's real. A killer wouldn't know to write the second part. The first part, absolutely. You could kill someone and write this for him. But this is handwritten. Handwritten, so presumably his handwriting would be easy to recognize. And this note is to the solicitor, who's his friend for life and would recognize his handwriting. So we're going to visit the solicitor, and probably he's going to verify that this is right, that this really is his signature. I mean, really is his handwriting. So I actually believe this. I would just like to have a mention of that gun, though. Dallas Cruz is the killer, and Arnold Sutro is the attorney. All right, well, let's go talk to, well, I see the entry for the police station is right below it. All right, so we're walking next door to the police station. Sergeant, we understand you're holding David Laws. That's right, he's the bloke they had to bring in kicking and streaming. Disturbing the peace he was. Can we speak with him? Sorry, mate. We just gotten word from Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. He's a suspect in a murder case. We're not supposed to let anyone see him until the inspector gets here. Okay, and that's the end of that. All right. The noose is closing in on all of our culprits. Let's talk to this attorney, see if we can verify this handwriting and his wishes. Attorney Arnold Sutro. What have we got? There he is, 40 WC. Corsican doesn't believe it, though. $40WC, there's no entry. Can we catch him at his office? Where's our barristers? Huh. So we found him at his home, unless I wrote that down wrong. Arnold Sutro, 40WC. There was no entry. That's troublesome. How about solicitors? Hey, look, we've got his work address, 8 Northwest. Boy, that would be an easy one to give up on. But not for me. 4 hours in, I still got it. Okay, 8 Northwest. Let's see if we can't talk to him. Yes, I'm Gilbert Noonan's solicitor. Don't tell me he's being sued for libel again. You mean you haven't heard? Heard what? Terribly sorry to be the one to tell you, but Mr. Noonan's dead. Appears he took his own life. Gilbert? Suicide? I don't understand. Mr. Sutro, I'm sorry. I must go at once to see what I can do. That's it. So we didn't get a chance to question him about the handwriting, but he does appear to be friends with him. All right, let's see if we can look up our killer in the directory. Boy, that would be a lucky break if he actually is in the directory, but I don't know what we're going to do if he's not. Yeah, he's not. Hmm. Hmm. Well, Yeah, what do we do now? Are we done? Feels like there were more entries in that case book that we haven't read, but I'm not sure where else we would think to go. Did the club mention where Broham went? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Huh. Well, what do you think? What are our options now? Let's go read that entry about his death again. 73 Northwest. That felt like the culmination. There are absolutely entries we have not read here. I don't know how to get to them though. All right, so he says, I hired the murderer, Charles Delacruz, to be a small cog in a plot to bring justice for the English people. I mean, he seems to be talking about the political plot that we expected. Delacruz took it upon himself to pervert our plan. How are we going to find this guy? If he can be found. You don't think he's in the newspaper, do you? Delacruz sounds Spanish. Hmm. So we have a couple options. One option is we could take a look at the questions and see if we have everything to answer them all. The other option would be for us to look in the paper now for Delacruz, now that we have the name of a killer. Let me just quickly scan through this. Maybe we'll walk backwards from our current day. It says he used it for his own benefits. What would that be? Like, why would what what you hire a killer used it for his own benefit? That's a weird thing. Like, how is the killer using this for his own benefits? Maybe he stole the jewelry. Maybe he stole the necklace. What is he? Did he say? How did he? What did he say he hired him to do? He says, I hired the murderer not to perform the statutory act, but only be a small cog in a plot. So I think he's hired this guy to make it look like the Prince of Wales is having an affair. And it sounds like this guy, this criminal, went and killed the woman, which he wasn't supposed to do. That's my guess. Well, let's read Gilbert's article. Here's Gilbert's article. Maybe we're going to see a clue in here. God-fearing. I wonder if he goes to a church. He keeps talking about God. He's railing against the politics, but not mentioning any people. The Labor Party, danger, politicians. Serious danger in the Labor Party. He wants it transferred to the local governing the workers themselves. Parliament is utterly unfitted to deal with the intricacies of London's labor unit. I wonder if we could talk to like labor or unions. Maybe that's where he's met someone. Maybe that's where this guy Dela Cruz is from. Otherwise, he doesn't really mention anyone's name. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to read the questions. And see if we have enough. Or church near him. He mentions God several times. He's in 73 Northwest. Let me just put him out here. '73. So this is where he lives. So let me just see if there's a church nearby that he might have confided in. There's an 81 Northwest here. That's it. 81 Northwest would have been the only church he would go to if he did go to a church. No entry. Okay. Only other thing I can think of is some labor union that he's involved in. I don't see anything. Well, what should we do here? I mean, we could be done. I think we should probably read the questions. We've had a real roller coaster ride in this case. I've been pretty impressed with it, to be honest. But I think, what about a bank? If he's getting money to pay this guy, there's a bank at 75 Northwest and 867 Northwest. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't see other entries that we clearly haven't read. No, there's no banks. I mean, I can clearly see there are places we haven't gone in this list of clues, but I just don't know how to get us there or if they're important. Where would he have hired someone? He's a newspaper writer. Have we been to all the allies that he might? I think we've been to all of the allies that we can think of. We haven't been to the telegraph office. I suppose we could check there. 37 EC. Otherwise, I think we should look at the questions. No 37 EC, and then C. And if the questions suggest things, Corsican says, I do feel like we're missing something. I kind of do too. I feel like the piece of the puzzle we're likely missing is Pemberton, the MP. Should we reread that entry when we tried to visit Pemberton? That feels like to me the one person we're missing evidence on, and the person who could be Pemberton Marvin, 73 EC. Let's reread that. To me, it feels like that's the one person we don't know if this guy is actually, how deep this guy, Pemberton, is involved in it. Let's see. So we go to his front door, Socialist MP from Manchester, dock workers, shipbuilders, brewery workers, Socialist Party. Takes us 20 minutes. They won't let us speak to him. And we can't get ourselves into the Socialist Party. There's no entry for them. I don't think there is. Like, they're not listed under clubs, the Socialist Club. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't be crazy to think we might be missing something in one of the papers. He hired someone, he hired this guy. Maybe he hired him in the paper with an ad. Here's Marvin's article that we read early on. No clue about Hanoverian family. And we couldn't find any office in the MPs. That was a little disappointing. I mean, we've got the name of this killer. It's sort of shocking that we can't track him down more. What's his name? Delis Cruz, eh? Is he Spanish? Could we check the Spanish embassy? Doesn't seem right. I don't think there's any chance someone else involved with this auction. Surely not. It would be sneaky to have this guy's name only in the newspaper somewhere. Ah. Bainbridge, Broughton. These are not our people. No mention of our guy's name. No mention of our guy's name anyway. Okay, we're gonna have to look up the questions because we can spend an infinite amount of time worrying that there's something else that we don't know. So we're gonna look at the questions and then we're gonna see what it wants from us. Okay. So, do we want the solution? Where's our questions? Where's our questions? What's happening here? I forgot how this works. Questions and answers, page 41. I see, okay. All right. Here we go. Who stole the Akbar Shah diamond from the safe? All right, we know the answer to that. That's the O'Neill brothers. Why was the diamond stolen? To ruin the reputation of the prince, to make it look like he was cheating, etc. Who killed Lily Longtree? Okay, we think it's this guy named Charles Delacruz. if that person exists. Why? I don't really know. Who killed Gilbert Noonan? He either killed himself, if you believe that, or someone else in the conspiracy did it. Why? That's tricky. What's their theory about who killed Lily Longtree? No, not who. Either we believe him that it's Stella Clues, if such a person exists, who we can't find, or it's a total lie. And the why is hard to answer too, because our guy who's confessing said he wasn't supposed to kill her, because he says I hired the murderer, but he's not saying I hired him to murder her. He says I hired the guy, but he wasn't supposed to kill her. Yikes. Boy, that's rough. This is a hard case. I mean, we got stuck once in the middle, but we broke free. Well, here we are stuck again in a more tricky place, because I'm not even sure. You could argue that we could answer those questions now, just not, they wouldn't be great answers. Yikes. I guess we believe that Broham Hale, one answer is that Broham Hale did all the killing, and he's killed Gilbert and made it look like Gilbert committed suicide. And then he's just framed some mystery person's name. So is it more likely that Broham Hale is doing all the killing, killed Noonan to cover it up with a fake name given? And is that all we're ever going to get? Well, it's time for a break. What is Broham Hale's job? He's not the MP. What is he? He's the guy who brings her to the party. He's the guy who David Laws thinks is responsible for killing her. How do we know he killed Gilbert? Who is he? Just a rich guy? Oh. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and decide what to do. I'm inclined to read the solution, to give our best guess and read the solution. Alternatively, though, we could look through the leads we've missed and see if we can make sense of them. Anyway, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right. Corzicant wanted us to reread the Cavendish Club entry 25 Northwest. Doorman lets us in. We see the saddle. We ask for... We met several years ago. We asked to... He tells us the guy came in looking for Broham. Police took him away. Did he see Mr. Broham? No. Police, is he there now? No. He stayed only a short time. Does he spend much time here? When he's in London, he visits the club quite regularly. Been dining with Mr. Pemberton and Mr. Noonan. Those are the people we looked up. All right, here's the entry for Sherlock Holmes. If we go visit him, London's papers, I'm sure you've gone to the answers in their pages. Sounds like it's sending us back to the newspapers again, but we've been through the newspapers. We've combed through them, and we're getting a little tired of combing through them, to be honest. I really do feel like we could end up having our killer's name mentioned in an article. But how carefully would we have to read so much text to find it? It's not just in today's paper. We've been going back through weeks of papers. Should we go to today's paper? Surely we're not allowed to read papers that haven't come out. If the guy did get killed, could he have used that guy's name as a fake name? Is there something like Charles Delacruz? It's not an anagram of Pemberton or anything. It's not an anagram of Broham. I mean, I don't know what it really expects us to do. I can't spend hours reading every word of every paper. What are we missing? What are we missing? Let's read this article by Pemberton again, who we think is involved. Recent assassination of the Empress of Austria. And here's the article about that assassination he's talking about. The assassin Chichi. Theory of his having accomplices. Frustrating. All right, as I see it, there was a cipher. Yeah, but this cipher is from 2 weeks ago. It could have been any of the 4 cases could be related to this. So we can't very well spend an hour trying to decipher this when it could be from any of 4 cases, including a case that I've already played and can't remember. That's just, it's not practical. I suppose we could visit this place that says it's about a cryptograph thing. Suppose we could visit this, but that would be a terrible thing to have a paper that's, 10 pages before our day's paper. The Eureka Company, 20 Strand Charing Cross. I suppose we could go there and see if this cryptograph has an entry for us. 20 strand Charing Cross. Where is Charing Cross? The Strand. Is the Strand here in WC? Where's Charing Cross Station? Let me look up that. Okay. Stations. Charing Cross is in WC 21, so probably this shop is going to be at 20 WC. Where is 20 WC? There. There's the Strand WC. So it would be 20 WC would be the clue entry for us. And there's no entry for it. So I don't think the cryptograph stuff is for us. All right, so as I see it, we only have two choices that I can think of to do at this point. Unless we can think of a way to look up this guy, I think we either go to the solution and read it, and then we'll read the entries in the book that explain why we were wrong, or we could leaf through the clue booklet and read the leads that we somehow haven't stumbled on and see if maybe one of them rings a bell to us. Very strange. This was a hard case. What about the Spanish Embassy 38 Southwest, if that name is Spanish? I don't know that it is. 38 Southwest. No. I don't know what to tell you. You got a preference? Do you want to guess at the answers? Or do you want to take a look at the clues that we haven't read and see if anything jumps out at us as being something we can think of to go to? I mean, I can see that there are clues in that book that seem important that we haven't read. I just have no idea how we would get to them without reading them. Says the newspapers have clues. That's what Sherlock Holmes said. No, I don't see it. We already have zero idea how to reach that conclusion through normal means. We already know someone, just from going to the Police Gazette, that there's some Serbian connection. Let's go back to the Police Gazette and then reread that entry that we were confused about, that we shouldn't see, that we did see. Let's reread that. What was it? The Police Gazette 35 EC. If we've already read that once, let's reread it and see. Okay. So we talked to Quentin Hogg and we asked him about someone we've never heard about. There's no reason we should be asking it. We stumbled on this Balkan Serbian revolutionary. What is he doing? He's not out killing for the Serbians because he's usually engaged in some other anarchist activities, destroying monarchies. Okay, so let's now, with that knowledge, let's see if we can't figure out what newspaper would have given us a Serbian anarchist. Here's a paper about Romanian anarchists. Popkin, is that who he's just talking about? That was in a previous case of ours. I don't know why it's coming up in this case. Nikola Paschitz. Nikola Paschitz, it's not mentioned there. All right, let's see if we can't find a Serbian article. Vienna. Nikolai Bosch. And that was the Police Gazette. Here's the Pall Mall, Greece. Here's our No Time for Monarchists, but no mention of Serbia. South Africa, Spain. King of Romania continued. Austria, Hungary. This is a good example of how frustrating the newspaper can be. It's fun when you find it, but when you're just spending hours, it becomes unpleasant. Just looking for any mention of Serbia. Like, where on earth is this? Okay, this has got to be our article. Serbia from last week's paper. Government protests. Serbian minister. I don't get it. I don't get it. Here's Gilbert's article. Is he talking about Serbia and anyone in Serbia? Okay, I've reached my end of my patience. So what we're going to do is we're going to now leaf through the clues for the case and see what we've missed. So the very first clue is mentioning our killer. Constable Meiklejohn does not have to check his files when Wiggins mentions Charles Delacruz's name. He rolls his eyes. What's he up to? I'm not sure. What can you tell me about him? He's a rabble-rouser. You'll find him at the head of every strike, in the forefront of every anti-government demonstration. Many a night in this jail, and some time at Milbank. Is he dangerous? I'll say. We suspected him in 2 murders, but couldn't get enough evidence. You know the type: murder in the name of the cause. Have you seen him in the last few days? No. So our guy mentions this guy, Delacruz. We can't find him. Delacruz. Let's just make sure that he's not in the directory and that I didn't miss looking him up. He's not in the directory. So what were we supposed to do? Just randomly go to prisons? And which entry were we just reading? 53 Southeast? That's a prison? 53 Southeast is not the lunatic asylum. It's not the military prison. What is it that it wanted us to go to? 53 Southeast is nothing. Is it a prison in the old directory? Did it expect us to just go to random prisons just to find our criminal? I don't even know how to find prisons in the old directory. The new one I know has entries for prisons. The new one doesn't even have a 53 Southeast prison, so I don't know what this game is talking about. Is it a jail? Is that the Southeast police station? Why would we have known to go there? It is the Lambeth police station. Why would we have known to go to the Lambeth police station? Maybe something else is going to send there. Okay, well, now he told us he spent some time in Millbank. So now let's look up Millbank. Okay, well, Millbank, there's no entry. All right. Let's continue down our process. What is 85 Southeast? It's more Delacruz. What's happening here? It's like every entry is Delacruz in the Southeast. He's staying at a boarding house. How are we supposed to get on his trail? Let me just make sure he's not in this old directory. That would be embarrassing. What's happening? Let me skim through and see if I can find where he's mentioned where he lives. Somehow he's in the Southeast and we're... Let me see what I got. Holy cow, there's an entry for the Prince of Wales. That seems important. Yikes, there's a lot of entries here we haven't read. What the fucking hell? Looks like maybe we were supposed to go to the French embassy. Somehow we were supposed to know that. All right, it seems to me like we were just supposed to go figure out from his name to go to the French embassy, French consul. Let me see if that's even possible. Let's say we figured out to go to the French embassy, 59 Southwest. Let's see if we can make sense of this path. So we go to 59 Southwest. If we do that, then this is the entry we get. Charles Delescluze, the French consul's eyebrows arch as he repeats the name. Do you know the name? Asked Wiggins. Of course, he was a journalist active during the Revolution of 48. He spent some years on Devil's Island before returning to France in time to take part in the Paris Commune. He was the last delegate of war. You used the past tense. Oh, he died on the barricades in 71. Must be another Delacruz, states Wiggins. Just a moment. The consul pushes a button. A moment later, his office door opens and an army captain enters. This is Captain Augustin, our intelligencer. Louis, have you heard of anyone using the name Charles Delacruz? Oui. C'est Salut de Pastiche. It's an alias used by Nicola Pastiche, a Serbian revolutionary, an extremely dangerous man. He's wanted by the authorities in many countries. He's an anarchist. He'll go anywhere to further the violent overthrow of governments. But his real hatred is for monarchy, any monarchy. Do you know where he is? He has been in London for the last 6 months. You know what he's doing here? I know he's made contact with members of your anti-monarchist groups, but we do not know of his exact whereabouts. Can you give us the names of any of these anti-monarchist groups? Asks Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins, says the consul, we cannot get involved in the internal affairs of your country. We're glad to help, but we cannot start accusing citizens of your country without overstepping your laws. So it sounds like we just were supposed to figure out that that's a French name. Boy, that's rough. Maybe we should have gone to all the embassies just as a matter of course. That's a little frustrating. Okay, so once we do that, then it's okay to go to the newspaper guy who mentions Pastiche, Nicola Pastiche, who's been in our country, London, for 6 months. But now, is he actually in our directory? Because if not, how do we get on his trail? I mean, we did find him in the paper, probably under the Serbian stuff. Or at least we found a little bit. I mean, I suppose this led us to talk to our newspaper guy about this. But does he give us information for where to go? Like, how do we then get on this guy's trail again? Of course, I've heard of Nicholas Pastiche he talks about. I don't know how we were supposed to decide to ask this guy about him. Balkan. Do you know what he's in London? How do we get on his trail again? The only way we got in here is by going to this police precinct. I don't understand how we get in his room. How do we find his room? "54 Belgrave Square. Small office at the rear of the embassy." Is this is this like the Serbian embassy? There's no Serbian embassy. How are we supposed to get to 54 Southwest? 54 Southwest is the Russian embassy. So if you go to the Russian embassy, they also know him. I guess we should have just been going to embassies when we heard a foreign name. He brings over a document on Pastiche, member of the Union of Deaf Anarchist Group. How do you think I lost this? He shows us his sleeve, blown up by Pastiche. Who's to say? Soon the rabble will rule this country. And he won't talk to us anymore. Oh my God, we still don't know how to find him? What the? Are there any other embassies? What, we're supposed to go to German and Spanish? German is 9, Spanish is 38. No entry for 38, no entry for 9. Wow, this is frustrating. All right, I don't know how we were supposed to figure out what house he's in, but it's clear there's an entry for Southeast. I guess we're just going to read it because I'm lost. No one enters. Wiggins knocks, so he removes his penknife. He opens the door. We've somehow figured out that we're We found him, his house. I don't know how. A large unmade bed, two large etchings of two men, Beard, Bakkinen, and Mark, says Wiggins as he stops and looks at the two revolutionaries. This kind of pictures you find in the socialist clubs, working men's associations. We check the rest of the room. There's a small fireplace filled with ashes that are still smoldering. Looks as if a lot of papers were burned. The dresser drawers are empty. Here's something. We look at an envelope. We must have overlooked this one. It's from Serbia. Nicholas Pastiche. Dear Nicola, I'm writing to you in English in case the Black Hand intercepts this letter. Why make it easier for them? How goes the plan? We need you here at this time. Things are coming to a head. The king and his father are at odds. Now is the time to strike. I'm looking if there's anything else we haven't read. I mean, that doesn't even really help very much. Other than for us to figure out he's a real person. So if we had gone into Parsons Toys, it would just be nothing. There's the dead body. I know there was an entry about visiting the Prince of Wales. There's an entry about Baxter. Doesn't seem right. Relevant to our case. David Laws, boarding house. We've read everything here. Where was the entry for the Prince of Wales? Here. Okay, 6 St. James Place, Southwest. I don't know how you would have found here. Maybe Prince of Wales is got an entry, but this is the only other entry we haven't read. We walk up the mall towards St. James Place, Marlborough House, the residence of the Prince of Wales while he's in London. I don't know how we were supposed to know that. Doorman lets us in. 10 minutes. They open the door. Would you please enter? We follow. Soon find ourselves in a large sitting room, writing desk opposite the door, close to a large table, adjacent stands, enabling the prince to communicate with his various offices. He says he immediately determines our social position, growls and falls back to sleep, says the dog. Please sit down, says the prince, waves us into the leather chairs in front of the large windows overlooking the mall in St. James Park. I have received good news. What's that? My diamond has been returned along with the stolen letters. I must say, I've heard that Mr. Holmes gets results. I didn't expect them this quickly. The prince has a great smile on his face. His mood much changed since our meeting earlier today. So it came from Holmes. I assume so. There was no note enclosed, just delivered by messenger. Who else would have sent it? I'm sure it didn't come from Holmes. He would have enclosed the note, or more likely have delivered it in person. I don't think it came from Holmes. What does it mean? What difference does it make? I have the diamond back. Things should be returned to normal, should they not? I'm not sure, Your Highness. Someone has gone to a lot of trouble to steal those jewels. For them to be returned without any reward being demanded or explanation, no, it doesn't sound right. We'll have to delve further, I fear. Well, that's it. Um, that's a very bizarre. We have now read everything. Boy, that's weird. That's a weird way to end it. How you would have discovered that that's where the Prince of Wales hangs out. That critical piece of critical clue. Dela Cruz, we got into his house and he was sent a letter from Serbia saying it's time to come back. Yeah, I mean, I am burned out here. So let's see what we can do to wrap this up. I'm just feeling frazzled. So who stole the diamond? We know that's the O'Neill brothers. Why was it stolen? To frame the prince as having an affair to ruin his reputation. Who killed Lily Longtree? So now we think that it was Charles Delacruz. He was hired to do this stuff, but not to murder her, but he went out of control because he hates the monarchy, so he killed this girl. I don't get it. Did Gilbert commit suicide, or did this killer just clean up loose ends? They've hired this guy to ruin the prince's reputation and they've hired a guy who hates the monarchy. So why has this plan been abandoned? Why are you killing the people involved in it? Why kill Lily Longtree? Who killed her and why? Um, uh, hmm. Let's read that entry again, what we find at his house. Here's the killer's house, according to Gilbert. He's a rabble rouser. He's an anarchist. He wants to kill the the royals. Okay. So they find his house. And there's a fireplace. Ashes. Burned. Dressers are empty, so he's going home. He moved to look over an envelope stuck in the back of the drawer. Down goes the pen. We need you back here this time. Things are coming to us. The king and the father is at odds. Now is the time to strike. We're kind of on the I'm kind of on the same page as Corsica. Like, I don't know what the official answer is going to be, but it almost feels like what's happened is the prince and Mycroft, the prince has arranged to kill all these conspirators. We have no evidence for it, but has the prince just arranged to kill off all these people? That they're taking Nicola Pastiche into a back room, burying his body and pretending that he's gone back home. And they've killed off Lily, strangled her, and they've killed off the reporter? They've killed a reporter and made it look like suicide? Boy, that's rough. Without any evidence of it, of coming to that conclusion, that's pretty rough. Why not just prove, if you figured out, if you're the prince and you figured out, doesn't really make sense, does it, though? If you're the prince and this woman is accusing you of having an affair, wearing your necklace all about town, killing her doesn't really help you. Then people are just going to suspect you were having an affair and you had her killed. That doesn't really work for you, does it? Doesn't it make more sense that the person hired, that the person's been hired, decided that if he killed her, it would implicate the prince even more? But then how does he get his necklace back? And he thinks it's from Holmes. Maybe that's the answer. That they are going to make it look like the prince killed her to get his necklace back. So they send the necklace back to the prince. They kill the girl. And that's going to really ruin his reputation because it'll look like he murdered her because it looks like she took the necklace. And then what? You'd have to say that he really did commit suicide? Because why else kill him? Is it possible that Pemberton, the other people involved in this conspiracy, just panicked? Okay, so it was sent, looks like it was sent from Serbia. I was thinking maybe they framed this letter to get this guy back. Is it possible that they've... If you're involved in the conspiracy, you can't very well have this guy write a fake letter saying he hired the guy that he really did hire. Unless we think this guy's not really involved in it. Do we have a date on here? Like, when did this guy leave town? We suspect him in 2 murders. Murder in the name of the cause. Have you seen him in the last few days? No. Uh, the fireplace is still smoldering, so he must have just got out. He must have just left. Okay, so I'm going to give you my theory because I don't know what else to do here. I'm going to say that I'm going to make it a little simpler. I'm going to answer the questions, and Corzicant, maybe you can answer them as well as best you can. Here's what I'm going to say, though. The O'Neills stole it because they were hired by this conspiracy with Broham and the newspaper writer. They were trying to ruin his reputation. That this guy, Nicholas Pastiche, was hired. I don't know why he would hire this guy if not to kill. But I was going to say that basically this guy is out of control. He killed her to make the Prince of Wales look even worse. And then Gilbert is telling the truth. He feels bad. He killed himself. And he returned the diamond. Try to make up for the disastrous thing that he set in motion. Because I don't know how you do a handwritten note to your good friend and not have that discovered. You think maybe they're using that fake diamond that the guy really did make? They sent him the fake diamond. That's a pretty cool idea. That's a pretty cool idea. But it's too convoluted. I can't hold on to it. Like, where is Broham's role in all this? I do like your idea, though, that Nicholas basically kills her, strangles her to get the necklace. And they send back the prince, the fake one. I like that idea. But boy, is this case, there was a point in there when we got back on the track that was so, felt like this was going to be a great case, and it's just all come apart at the seams here. Can we compare the notes to Nicola with the note in Lily's room? I need you to be clearer about what you're saying. Maybe because my brain is just losing it. Let's take an 8-minute break, come back and solve this case. I'm just about done here. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale. Well, we're at that point where we have to force ourselves to come up with answers. It's a good exercise. This is a confusing case. Let's try. I'm going to try to do my best. Okay, who stole this diamond from the safe? That's the O'Neill brothers. Why was it stolen? It was stolen as part of this plot to disgrace the Prince of Wales. And what's happened is that our guy Gilbert really did hire Charles Deleuze, whatever, the anarchist, to be part of this plot. Maybe he hired him to set this whole thing up. Maybe he hired him to be part of a blackmail, whatever. This guy got a letter, Charles got a letter from Serbia saying, you got to come home right now. Whatever you're doing, it's got to stop, right? You got to wrap it up. And our guy, Charles, figured, okay, I got to wrap it up. I'll just kill her off and take the necklace back with me to Serbia. It'll help finance the operation. I'll have robbed from the robber baron monarchist, so I'll get their money. In addition to him being wrapped up, they'll suspect him of being the one. I'll plant the evidence that makes it look like she committed suicide, and that'll get the Prince of Wales in even more trouble. So my answer to 3 is Charles de la Cruz. Why? Because he had to wrap up the operation and he thought it would lead to the Prince of Wales getting in even more trouble, being blamed for her suicide. And as a bonus, he gets the jewelry that he can bring back to Serbia, the diamond. Who killed Gilbert? I'm going to say that was actually suicide. My main reason for that is why would he give a full real confession blaming the real killer if he didn't do it? But more importantly, the only other person who could have killed him might be the other people who were involved in the conspiracy. Surely not Charles. Wouldn't kill him and have him write a fake suicide blaming Charles. So it could be Brohan, and I'm bothered by no description of a gun on the scene. I don't know if that's deliberate. But my main thing is he's written a handwritten note to his good friend, the lawyer, who's helped him fill out a will. So that can't possibly hold up. So I can't believe the killer would think they could get away with that. So I think he really did kill himself. The other alternative, though, is that his other accomplice, his other English accomplice, Brohan, killed Gilbert and made Gilbert write this suicide letter to take full responsibility. That is certainly possible. In fact, hold on, one last thing. I want to read the entry. Was it not true that when we interview Brohan, we're told he's a military guy? Maybe that makes it a little more likely that he has killed off this guy. Still, no matter how you look at it, 69 Southwest, no matter how you look at it, like either where is the gun, but if you were to kill him, surely you'd have to leave the gun. You couldn't take the gun with him and think that you were going to make people believe it was suicide. So none of that really makes sense. But let me see where we talk to him. And he says, Hyle Broham is well known to most people. He's a wealthy Manchester industrial magnate. He's an industrial magnate. Okay, so he's not the military guy. Okay, so I'm going to say that he did commit suicide. And just for the reasons he said. Okay, now, Corzicant, you got to get on the record. What's your answer to these questions? Just do your best. Make your explanation. We've been playing for almost 6 hours. Boy, this case kind of came apart at the seams. I'm really curious. I'm curious to read the solution, and then we'll read the Space Cowboy solution and see if they changed anything. But there was a period on this little roller coaster of this case where I was loving this case. When we got stuck and then started tracing down Lily in the American Embassy, which led to Pinkerton's investigating her boyfriend and then following him, that was all wonderful. But then we got stuck with this killer. Corsican says, I think the answers you gave are the best I can come up with. I'm pretty confident 1 to 4, less confident on Noonan. Yeah, okay. What do you think about the diamonds that got sent back to the prince? So I think I really don't know how to answer that one, except that they sent him the fake diamonds back, hoping to make this whole thing go away. So the other conspirators must have sent him the fake diamonds. Although I didn't think they ever, like, who had the fake diamonds? The O'Neills? It's kind of weird. Or Hale? I guess one of them sent it back. I still think that Charles de la Cruz left with the real diamonds that he got after he strangled her. All right, let's read our solution. Kind of crazy. Okay, so we want, here we go. Okay. What the hell? Is it the cubes that are making it do that? Okay. Holmes stands in front of the fireplace, his hands pushed into the pockets of his mouse-colored dressing gown and his eyes fixed on the 2 men, Hale Broham and Nicholas Pastiche, seated in front of him. The 2 men are not looking at Holmes or anyone else in the room. Their eyes are fixed on some point in the fireplace, and they do not waver from that point even as Holmes begins to speak. Well, Lestrade, I think you will agree with me that neither of us have come across such a diabolical or ambitious scheme as that attempted by these rascals. A scheme that, if successful, would have ended the monarchy and sent the future king to the gallows unjustly. All eyes but their own turn to the 2 men who sit and stare into the blazing fire. Lestrade, who's been standing behind the 2 men since their arrival in his custody, pinches his rat-like features into a look of contempt as he stares down at them. Watson shakes his head, but shows not contempt but sadness at the misguided actions of his misguided countrymen. Wiggins just lets out a long, low whistle. Holmes lights a cigarette. These men are Republicans in the mold of Robespierre, and any means is justifiable by the right end. How many innocent people have died in the name of that all but too refutable logic? In this case, 2. Lily Longtree and Gilbert Noonan. Noonan killed himself. He was weak. This outburst comes from the larger and older of the silent pair, both of whom have turned their eyes towards Holmes. Oh, Noonan may have taken his own life, Broham, but the only reason he did so was his feeling of guilt over your obscene plot. You speak of obscenity, the parasitic royal family that sucks the blood from honest British working men. That's obscenity. Shut your mouth, snaps Lestrade. No. Let him speak, Lestrade, for he'll only nail down his own coffin. That comment seems to quiet Hale Brougham. I don't understand, Holmes, states Watson. What did they hope to accomplish? When we were called in by His Royal Highness, it was clear from the start that it was more than simple theft. The diamond was just a prop in a drama that was to lead to the downfall of the monarchy by making it appear that His Royal Highness was having an affair with an American actress with the reputation of Lily Longtree. We all know the Queen is at the end of her days, and if her son does not receive the respect of the public, Parliament might end the monarchy. And that is where the late member Gilbert Noonan came in. He had built his career on universal suffrage and the anti-monarchy movement, but when Paschitz murdered Lily Longtree, he could not accept a role in such a plot and took his own life. So I was right. He did really commit suicide. It was not necessary to get the prince convicted of murder or to prove beyond a doubt that he was having an affair. Thanks to his own indiscretions in the past, they had only to raise the specter of suspicion and the resulting unforgiving gossip of the upper orders. The crown would be withheld from him, and thus would the monarchy end. I'll still have my say in court, says Brougham. More than you were willing to give the Prince of Wales. Not to mention Lily Longtree. Get them out of here, Lestrade. Lestrade grabs both men by their collars and pulls them to their feet. The two constables who have been standing outside our door lead them away. Lestrade follows. At the same time, Tommy the page hands Watson a letter. Holmes, it's a letter from His Royal Highness. Watson hands it to Holmes, who tears it open quickly reads. He crumples the note and tosses it into the fire. Holmes, that was from His Royal Highness. Yes, Watson, so it was. A note of thanks and an offer for a knighthood, if I so desire. Oh, what an honor, Holmes. Holmes says nothing as he lights another cigarette and settles into the wicker chair. His eyes become fixed on the fire. You know, Watson, that I am not unsympathetic with the aims of Hale Brougham. Holmes! It's his methods I cannot accept. Those born into privilege have an obligation to serve and to set an example, Watson. I do not think the prince has served his mother or his people well. And as our great queen comes to the end of her reign, I feel an age is coming to an end as well. And the new age that will dawn will not be for the better. Case closed and very unexplained. Lots of details missing from that explanation from Holmes. Usually Holmes is prancing about, demonstrating his reasoning, how superior it is. There's no real reasoning here. He didn't really tell us how he solved it. We were right about the suicide, but really no explanation for all of the questions. Not even a list of the answers. Oh yes, they are the answers. Okay, here we go. So here were the answers. Okay, at least we get this. All right, let's cover this up. Let's do this one at a time. All right, who stole the jewels? We said Thomas O'Neill and his companion Mabuto. Okay, that's fine. We got that right. Okay. So the question was, who killed, why? Why was the diamond stolen? Okay, O'Neill was hired by Hale Brougham and Nicola Pastiche to steal the diamond. All right, we got this right. Who killed Lily? Nicola Pastiche, a.k.a. Charles de la Cruz. All right, we got that right. It's 3 we got right. Now, he decided that merely embarrassing the Prince of Wales by implicating an intimacy with Lily Longtree was not sufficient to further his aims of toppling the British monarchy. He assumed that the death of the actress would do more in that regard. So I guess we got that right. That was the theory, that he had to go home, but he figured he'd kill her, and then that would make it look like the Prince of Wales brought about her suicide. What happened to Gilbert? He killed himself. I was right about that. And why? It's just that he was guilty, just like he said. All right, so he actually got all the questions right or close enough. No explanation of how the prince got his diamond back, whether it was the real diamond, the fake diamond, where the real diamond is. That's weird. All right. Mixed case. I really did love it. At the point when we got to his house, he wasn't there, and we thought something's broken. I loved that the woman's talk about him drinking all the money away actually did lead us to eventually find the bar, and then from there we found him. So I love that. Okay, but this end part about this killer, I didn't love that. Now, let's see how the Space Cowboys game ended. All right, so if you played the Space Cowboys version, we don't know what's changed in the clues, but let's just see what the questions would have been. Oh, sorry, those aren't the questions, those are the answers. I keep doing that wrong. Okay, why was the diamond stolen? Who killed Lily Longtree? Why? What will the policemen find when they search Laws? Who killed Gilbert? Why? Who did the letters belong to? So different question. Is Laws going to have the diamond? All right, let's see what the answers are in Space Cowboys. Remember, the clues are going to be different. Okay, discredit to the Prince of Wales. Who killed her? Charles Delacruz. Same stuff. Intended to be embarrassing. Okay, now in this scenario, the Space Cowboys, it's David Laws has the fake diamond. Don't know why. Gilbert still commits suicide, and it still gets out of control. And what was question 7? Why does it belong to? Who did the letters belong to? I get who the letters they found that were the Prince of Wales' real letters from a previous affair. You're now asked which woman was he seeing that those letters were from. Okay. So reasonably close, although we don't understand why David Laws has the fake diamond. Let me see if Holmes explains the solution any better. They're still on the couch. He still talks about them political. It wasn't necessary for the prince to be found guilty of murder, just rumor, suspicion. How did you find them? He says, I went to find Lestrade, insisted on leading the interrogation of Laws. When Brougham hired Lily Longtree, she and Laws came up with a plan to double-cross them by making a fake diamond. Totally different storyline or something we didn't hear. Laws was coming in to make the switch that very morning, found the body of his accomplice. Our men knew only Lily Longtree, not her manager. With the right arguments, he proved cooperative. He confessed. An offer of ennoblement, that would be an honor. He doesn't care. He doesn't want it. I don't agree with his methods. Okay. No, mostly the same. I wonder if there's a better explanation for how you find De La Cruz. If you go to the carriage station, the central carriages, you hear about Northumberland Avenue and Blackfriars Road. A guy with a mean look, a strong foreign accent. Not American. There's the handwritten note from Gilbert. I wonder if this still has the prince getting back his jewels. Here's confirmation that it's not the prince's real cab. Well, interesting. An interesting case. I think there's lots good here. In fact, that whole thing where we couldn't find anyone, where we had sort of two pieces of the puzzle but couldn't connect them and had to struggle very hard to finally connect them, was very satisfying. It was just one step too much with the anarchist killer that went out of control, and then how to find him was really a struggle. Weird that Pemberton wasn't involved in the scheme at all, even though he was seen with both Brougham and Noonan. Yeah. Are you planning to reschedule the murder mystery audience choice at 11 p.m.? Well, that's what we played just now for 6 p.m. It's just it was changed. I don't know when the next one will be. I'm going to need to recover from this one for a couple days. If you've played this case, if you're watching this and have played the Space Cowboys version, let me know if you experienced it differently. I don't see the entry where the prince gets his jewels back. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just missing from the new case. 6 Southwest. Okay, so if you go to 6 Southwest in the Space Cowboys version, the residents of the Prince of Wales, when he's in London, were met outside by a Scottish soldier. We give our hats. We get led inside. We spend a long moment looking over the weapons. They're cleaning the nicest house in London. After a dozen minutes, a man comes to inform us the prince is unavailable, and we're invited to leave. Okay, so in the original case, he somehow got his diamond sent back to him. In the new case, they just lopped off that whole unexplained element to the ending. All right, that answers that. I still would love to hear how Charles de la Cruz gets introduced back into this case. Like, how do you know? Looks like maybe you had to go to the foreign embassies. We get told it's a foreign name. Maybe we should have just walked into all the foreign embassies and asked about him. Maybe that would have made some sense. That would have put us a little bit on the trail, at least. Well, what did you think about it, Korzikant? The midpoint here, I was really liking this case. I really like there's some elements here that we've seen in a bunch of cases that I really like. I like how it starts out simple and then we've got 2 extra murders. And I really love the moment when we realize, hey, this isn't about a theft. This is about ruining his reputation. which is sort of hiding in plain sight because he calls us over because he's worried about his reputation being ruined. And we realize that's the whole point. And I really love that moment where we had these two pieces of it and we didn't know how to connect them. It felt more like finding proof of a crime. But it was just the end part that was a real struggle. In the end, there were giant stretches in identifying this guy, yeah. It was frustrating trying to figure out how we should have stumbled upon him. Maybe if we had just walked to all those foreign embassies, I guess it just felt like we didn't have enough information to know what embassy to go to. But I guess in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives, there's only 3 or 4 embassies. So maybe you just walk into all of them. I think the other thing that burned us out a little bit, let's see if you agree with this, is that it really felt like it was going to be hiding in a newspaper somewhere. And I think I was getting exhausted looking through the paper for a name. And it felt like that was what was the logical thing. It felt like logically we were going to see this guy's name in one of the newspapers, and just not being able to find that was just burning us out. And if somehow the game had communicated, hey, it's not in the newspaper, I think we could have taken all that energy that we spent looking through the newspaper and we would have gone to the embassies. But lesson learned. I still liked it quite a bit. I liked that in the end we did come to the right answers. And I think that's a lesson, you force yourself to come up with the most likely explanation. And we did. Little bit of a stretch there with the real diamond, fake diamond stuff. All right. Well, I'm glad that you were here to join me for this. I appreciate the company and the help figuring things out. In the end, it's still a satisfying case. All right. There's one more case in the West End Adventures box for us to play. I'm not sure when we'll play it, but we will eventually get to it. I wouldn't say this was my favorite in the box, although it had a couple of really great moments. But I was surprised Sherlock Holmes didn't do his normal strut, where he's like, I figured this out, I figured this out, I figured this out. This one, he doesn't even bother. It's like a little political lesson. He's like, I caught him, confess. And they confessed. All right. Where was the gun also? Why didn't we get told that the gun was found? That's not really fair play. Like, if the gun was there, they should have looked for it. And if it wasn't there, we should have been told it wasn't there. All right. I'll see you guys next time.